Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. You have to go in blind, and it's an ace from Body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off. You'd imagine. The spray through the smoke at least going to guarantee one as X stands ground.
There's the flash, the dash. Oh, what a shot from Son of Core in the night, right through Kumi's heart. But
Operator on high, Blaze into the run it back. Paint's gonna give it the old college try, but Vita quickly failed away. Paint making some space, and Zash covering his back!
Still pushed up C-Long.
Yeah, this could be bad. Yeah, there's just no exit. Oh, and the collapse. A little bit more. And now all of a sudden, Paint, last one left, nowhere to go through mid. 2 flawless rounds in a row for Energy.
YFT on the edge of match point, and Atlas is just the final boss. He crosses up multiple, making
that first stage. And listen, recoil's down, so they had to go into sight. Barely any information given. They can't play the post plant with anything other than maybe Jakey watching Heaven in the extremities, getting these picks in. And you can see they're a little bit to work with here, but is the wide swing gonna happen? They know that information is there, and Core, they just follow up on it. So a flawless round.
And it's playoffs here for NA Challengers North America. So exciting. We have everybody out to spectate, including a very special guest over there. Which kid is this? Gaia?
This is Aura. This is Aura.
One day. One day.
They're so similar.
One day. I mean, you know it's going to be some good matches when the cats come out. But how are you feeling today? We had a crazy day yesterday. Vans, we're going to have another crazy day today.
Yeah, I think yesterday had like a crazy day of like just fast games, I think overall when you're looking at the first matchup. But today, I think it's going to be a little bit closer when it comes down to the other 2 teams or 4 teams that are going to play today. But playoffs start off with a bang. I think at the same time, I'm looking forward to see who's going to be moving forward. I think we already have a clear favorite so far going into the playoffs with M80 and potentially even SRB in a close second. But I feel like there's other teams currently that are making some waves in these playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at the bracket, the fact that there's some favorites, I don't think was ever in doubt.
Exactly.
From what we got to see from our regular season, right? Like, there is just some teams that, when you're looking at M80, that's just got to build upon what they're able to accomplish in stage. It's just kind of a no-brainer. But Dan, what we've gotten to see throughout the rest of stage 3 as well is even if there is a couple of front runners, there is a competition that is very tight. Sure, the stakes for these teams are you got to win the whole dang thing. But I love to see the energy of which they're approaching playoffs, which they've approached their matches. And there's just so much great upset potential. You can never count anyone out.
Absolutely, especially here in Challengers North America. You actually never know what is going to happen, who's going to get away with the win. Again, just as we talked yesterday, that stage 1 was won by Core, stage 2 by M80. And M80 so far seem to be the most consistent team so far with the win that they got yesterday and how dominant it was. But for everybody else, it just feels like they know what's at stake. They know that they haven't been consistent, and that means that they have to put their A game on for what is left of playoffs and for their start. I mean, if you're starting the lower bracket, yeah, it's not impossible, but it definitely makes things so much harder.
Yeah, and when you're both talking about upset potential, I think would be great to send an OD over to NBG. Nightblood Gaming's been looking really good. I think they're kind of overshadowed with all the storylines that we've been talking about of like all the roster changes, the ADG with Vic coming back and building a super team with Fluorescent, for example. But Nightblood Gaming, outside of that loss against Azure Dragon, they're looking stellar, no pun intended. They're looking really good, undefeated, and actually winning against YFT yesterday. And now to actually talk about stellar, you have to tip your hat towards him because he's done a great job for SAT Esports. YFP has always put them through the playoffs, and now leading the charge for NBG, putting him into a potential banger matchup against M80 in the next game.
I mean, if it's a roster and a team that can truly hang, I feel like that test up against M80 is going to be crucial to really be able to prove that. But that is going to be for another day. For today's matchup, we got to finish through our upper quarterfinal matches, starting off with SAD Esports going up against NRGA. And when we're looking at close matchups throughout, I think this has to be one of the closest, if not the closest match. Considering, Dan, we got to see them face off in the regular season, and the deciding map was one that took multiple OTs.
Yeah, absolutely. This matchup was insane. That was week 3 when they faced each other. That round 3 where at that point both of the teams were undefeated, and we were talking about the expectations that we had for both of them, how good they were looking, especially since stage 2. And on that last map, the third map of Split, it went all the way to the overtime for SAT to close this 16-14. The other 2 maps that we saw, that first map of Fracture and Haven, were a little bit more one-sided, but the teams kind of looking strong in some of the things that they were practicing at that point. But Split, it was just a heartbreak as well for Energy Academy to lose. So you know that today they're looking for vengeance.
Oh, 100%. And going into this, let's talk about SAD Esports first, especially too, like this roster is just so exciting for me. It's a roster that just firepower is just like the best way to be putting it, Vans. When you're looking across the board, I mean, Vita has just been on one. Paint, we know, can like frag out. And then the power of Zaj as well. Like, I don't know, there's just so much, like, there's just so many different threats you have to watch out for at any point.
That's the thing for me, though, because when you're looking at this roster for SAT Esports with Welly taking the charge as the IGL, at first they still need to find some time to really work things out, because you talk about a team that has firepower, but for me, there's players that kind of had inconsistencies, which is Paint, the biggest one for me, right? Paint, for example, when it comes down to playing KO and Challengers most recently, yes, he's been looking awesome, but when he had opportunities and was on the radar to like come up into like the tier 1, unfortunately couldn't show up to play. But I think most recently too, now that you're finding your footing into and getting the right calls in Welly, but at the same time going into a double duelist meta that allows Paint to activate just like a KO, but also frag out at the same time to be with Vita to the leader to fight. He's looking prime right now, and that's where Paint is going to be definitely one player to look out for when he's going to be able to play that Phoenix as that secondary entry and flash support player with the flashes on that Phoenix.
What makes this team so strong is how flexible these players are, especially and how much they're able to rely on those double duelist compositions going into every single one of the maps. Yeah, we just talked about Vita, for example, and the things that we've seen for him, especially on that Neon and how good it has been, but also for Pain that Vance was just mentioning. When they're playing this double duelist, when he's playing on the Phoenix, that's when they look the most comfortable. This is a role, that support role, that fits Pain really well. And also, even last series, when they want to play a little bit of the Euro, you have Josh to play it, so you just have a good balance of 3 players that can play different duelists to, if anything, to provide support for that main duelist that you have. So it's a really good plan that they have around it. Now the question is if they're able to get it with a win once again today.
Especially too when there's a team that has expectations on them. I feel like it's hard to kind of shake those at any single point. And so for those players on SAD, definitely that. But when I think of a team and maybe, I don't know, kind of held back or kind of limited by those expectations, I think a little bit more of NRG, because I look back at, I mean, what happened during stage 2 with this core part of the roster and not living up to those expectations that we've had. We know when this team entered into Challengers last year that this NRGA Academy team was just so strong, right? But it was a team too that, I don't know, there's just something that wasn't clicking, Vans, when we saw them up against everyone else. But the change that they made going into stage 3, I feel like it's been so nice. People can go back on the roles that fit them well. They have this duelist that just goes crazy. Like, this is an energy I feel like to be really excited about. And I'm back to having expectations on them.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough too when you're looking at from MC's perspective as a coach, right? He's always going to be the one looking for teams, players to scout and like build it to be a very strong contender going into Challengers. If you think about it, though, they've been having a hard time just finding like a consistent IGL because they keep getting poached. You're thinking about Chloric in the first place, and then you have Net coming in, and then they both go into tier 1. Now you're just trying to figure stuff out. And while you figure stuff out, you're also trying to figure out roles while changing the meta from patch to patch. So now finally, I feel like with Hayode joining into the server and also proving a lot of haters wrong, and also Ren's taking the role as the IGL, but also somehow in some maps playing that as the Phoenix IGL caller, for example, on Haven, it works out in the end. So they're making it work out through the chaos. And I think it's just one of those moments for NRGA Academy where it's just unlucky moments and unlucky timing. If you think about a team like this that would continue to grind it out from like collegiate until now, if you actually were able to have a full roster for a complete 1 or 2 years, they would definitely be like on the top of everybody's talk of the town pretty much to be one of the teams moving up.
We were talking about the tests as well and what's at stake coming into playoffs, and for this team, this is the real test. When you look at what they were able to do in the Swift stage, yes, they lost against SAD in that matchup that we talked about in that overtime on Split, and then they also lost against Shopify Building, who has been second place on stage 1 and stage 2. The teams that they won against, Core, YFT, and Azor, they have been great, but it feels like they're in that middle ground. Winning today for NRGA Academy, it seems like that is going to be the final test to prove that they're ready, to move forward, to make it to the play-ins, to make it to champions. It is not going to be easy, but you've seen the growth that the players have had. You've seen some of the signs, you've seen some of the indications of what they're really capable of, but today is actually the final test to see it.
I think for NRGA Academy, though, it's a great morale booster and confidence going into this game in the playoffs, having defeated AEDG in the previous game of the last week of Challengers, right? When you're playing against what was supposed to be a super team. When Fluorescent also joins into play for the rest of the season for the team, it's like, oh crap, they are basically potentially the final boss going into playoffs. But now you have NRGA Academy that was able to take that away from the momentum that was supposed to be built by the AEDG team. So I think the win kind of turns in favor now of NRGA Academy to continue to push forward and continue a deep run here potentially.
I mean, for both of these teams, the fact we've seen them face off against each other is so nice. But I want to talk about that key piece for both of these teams entering in the stage that has really redefined what these teams are all about with our Philips Norelco head-to-head. I feel like this one is so exciting between these two duelists, but it's also, again, something that we've talked about for each team on how this has redefined. I mean, we talked about Vita and Paint and just having that duo, right? And Vita has just been a different beast throughout his time here. And then Heode as well. I mean, the work ethic on this guy is crazy, and he just wants to be known here, Vans, for just shooting well. And yeah, simply put.
Yeah, I think you start things off for Heode as somebody who shoots very well and just is able to farm in a rank system, all right, when it comes down to the Radiant lobbies. But now to have like that leadership and to have the MC that fully backs him up, I think it helps him to become a complete player. Usually in these type of processes, it takes time because you're still trying to fit into like a team environment. But I feel like with the work ethic that MC has been praising Heode of doing, Heode is actually fitting in quite well and are already proving to be, you know, one of the top players to look out for in the near future. But I also want to focus on Vita. I think this guy is an awesome player too when it comes down to like the tip of the spear for the teams that he plays for. I think very similar storyline to Heode, ranking a boatload of matches too, and playing a lot of duos with other challenger players like Dynamic, for example, as well, and just wants to show that he's really going to be one of those duelists as well to look out for. And he's also still consistently playing a lot of Neon for this team over on the side of SAD, and it works out because despite the Neon nerfs, the wall and the speed of rotates of a Neon is still very good, and the slide tackle of that agent is still very good. So you don't really necessarily have to always break ankles when you're trying to move around the map. This is very similar of like slide to go for a pick or try to go for a pick and dash away. It's just different mechanics of how you want to time the way you do your movements when you're playing these agents, but the wall in itself adds that utility that really helps SAD Esports overall in terms of side execs and retakes.
And I love that we've gotten to see this head-to-head happen before, and it was one that was just so exciting with both players respectively popping off throughout the series, but especially in that decisive map 3. So the fact that we get to see that again, but now in playoffs, is absolutely amazing. But of course, we keep talking about the last time they met. Let's talk about the series that we have ahead and go to our map picks and bans. Especially too with pretty recent information, I'm kind of curious with how it might affect things going on, but looking at it, the only one that's going to change was that decisive map 3. We're going to get a run back here, Dan, of that Fracture and Haven, two maps that both teams, even if the score was decently close, won pretty confidently.
And I feel like it's good for both of them that the decider is going to be different. They definitely don't want to deal with that overtime once again. But yeah, in that series that they played against in that week 3, it was Sad who picked Fracture. They were able to win it 13-9. And then it was Haven as well that was picked at Energy Academy that they won 13-8. So this is what I was talking about. Both the teams kind of showing their strengths in the maps that they were most comfortable in. And of course, when we went all the way to split, that was the overtime. So we're going to have a switch up in that decider. And honestly, I do think that is going to go all the way to 3. These two teams, they know each other pretty well.
I agree with that as well, and I even think going into Fracture as the first map, I wouldn't see any type of real compositional change coming out from Energy Academy, because on Fracture this was very one-sided for SAD Esports in the first place when I was talking about the impact that Vita was able to have on this Neon. I don't think that this is an agent that Hayode plays enough or will try to switch last minute to try to match that in terms of utility for how can I put this? Better synergy on side execs. I think they're still going to try to make sure that they try to activate Hayode a little bit better around Ren's and Giza's utility. Maybe if there's a sense that you could see maybe some double duelists instead of playing double initiator and have Ren's coming out playing as a Phoenix instead to go toe-to-toe against Paint. But overall, I feel like this is going to be one of those matches where, okay, we've learned how both teams are kind of playing. Let's just try to make sure that we don't, that we fix those gaps that were kind of like just left through that SAD Esports was able to overtake against Energy Academy and just plug those holes. And if there's no real compositional changes coming out from Energy Academy, then is how do you shut down somebody like Vita and prevent Paint from getting a lot of value on the Phoenix?
Even if we don't see any compositional changes, we do get to see that it's Sad on the defense first as opposed to that attack. And when you look back at that first time, that duelist head-to-head again that we're highlighting, Hayode got a little dipped in that series, honestly. There just wasn't enough rounds on attack there for NRGA to really make effective. So switching that around, I'm kind of anticipating if we can get a Hayode online earlier within the series, that maybe we get a little bit of a tighter scoreline. That's kind of the big defining piece that I'm looking at. But going into today, of course, we have to hit our predictions. It's the most important part of these desk segments, everybody. True. And, you know, we got to have those fighting words, right? But it's all love with me and Vans because we're both NRGA. Let's go.
Yeah, I think it's going to work out for Energy Academy towards the end. I know that I praise a lot around Vita and Paint and the synergy around this team working out quite well. But I just think most recently with how Renz was able to really find some his footing as well as an IGL for Energy Academy, it could really work out. I think, again, it's very important to fixate on Fracture, especially with them starting off on the attack side. They actually have the opportunity that they don't need to start slamming very quickly because of the double initiator waylay composition. They could actually change the play style a little bit more to go for that type of like pick style and walk contact type of play. So I'm expecting that to come out here from Energy Academy, and that type of dub, if they're able to take that against SAD Esports as the first map, this could potentially be the 2-0 already.
And Dan, I mean, you got to fight on behalf of you, Teneric, and Marks. But did you just see that they who won last time and just said, you know, they're going to do it again? Or talk me through this?
Sometimes, you know, sometimes it's all about being, you know, having that recency bias, and this case was absolutely one of them. But I do think SAD has proven how good they have been playing, not only in that last matchup that we saw against them, but also recently in that the last couple series. I think Vita is really impressive, and alongside Paint that we're going to be seeing once again on this double duelist for this map of Fracture. This is such a good combination to get them started off.
Okay, I mean, looking on the opposing end though, Vans, NRGA and starting on attack. You have Hayode that you're looking to get online, but the Phoenix as well coming out from Shondex. A little bit of a switcheroo from the last time these two faced off.
Yeah, and the main thing is seeing a Phoenix come out instead of a Tejo. So Renz is still going to play Initiator and IGL, which is going to help out a lot. I think the compositional change is huge right now for Energy Academy, for them to continue to get active info so they could really try to get more value for a Hayode to really get into the sites. I think this will be a perfect opportunity for him to not get diffed going into the matchup against SAD Esports. So hopefully that change and putting Shonix away from like a Senti Lurk role and have him come in to fight here as a Phoenix works out. I think it's what you were saying, to what you were saying actually in the past here, Dryad, is that everybody can play a lot of different roles for Energy Academy, and this might be how it could work out in their favor.
I mean, it's a map that's so familiar for both of these teams, but NRGA is switching it up on the day. It's time to see heading into Fracture playoffs here, if it's going to be enough to take SAD Esports map away from them. Let's find out with your casters. Send it over to Marks and Teneric.
So much, Sierra. It's a battle of the breakouts in this second day of playoffs. SAD Esports and NRG Academy had decent momentum throughout this Swiss stage, but faced their own heat checks. Despite that, led by their crash out, insane debut duelists on both sides, they have managed to leave quite a mark and get that 4-2 record coming into this. Marcus, NRG Academy making a big comp change on this fracture. This is the first time we've seen them on it since they faced SAD on it last time they played on this stage.
Yeah, I'm so curious to see how the Shondex Phoenix is going to be working out, because Shondex is one of those players who is not afraid to kind of make those crazy plays, find amazing value, and get multi-kills when you kind of leave him alone, usually playing that Viper or a lot of Sentinel roles. So now seeing Shondex onto this Phoenix, this has me scratching my head to see what he is capable of here, but this could be the adjustment that really foils SAD and could give NRG an upper hand.
Well, the other end of it is going to get active first. SAD starting on the defense, gonna meet this early threat and noise made by Hayode, who is gonna be inserted as the 1, while rest of NRG goes for the pinch from Arcade. Wasn't watched from Zaj, just cornered. He's gonna start swinging that about now, and Hayode winning his at the same time that NRG will make their own push. Attempted explosion from Canteen, but NRG's got a good choke up on all of these boundaries, and everyone is winning their opening duels. It's a flawless pistol round from NRG Academy.
Yeah, it was so fun watching NRG just circumvent the entire map. You know, they're so aware of where these players might be hanging out on SAD Esports, and especially on that pistol round, hey, let's just group up together, and then, oh, snap, there's 3 people turning the corner all of a sudden. That's not what we expected, and NRG are just able to win that one out. So a great opening coming through from them, either finding those 2 kills as well. Great map control. Let's see how this spirals forwards, as they're going to be buying up decently. But Giza and Ren's going to be sticking with the ghosts here. Well, SAD, they look like they're going to be gamble stacking onto this B site, and we'll be taking a lot of that pressure as NRG get ready to push up onto B as well.
Figure with the light speed, Hayode probably has an easier time mobilizing on this B site, so expect it to be where a lot of the pack fights are for NRG. We'll try and drive the hammer in. Some have said ducking back. Yeah, good trade for now. They're not going to buckle. And Cut Noise is actually going to convince SAD to make a slight inversion back through spawn. It's going to give the rest of the team time to just hop back on site safely. And now the pop out from SAD doesn't have nearly as much behind it. Yeah, barely anybody even chipping. We'll see if Welly can do something similar, though. He might just find a good hiding spot to die to the spite. Yeah, he's having a little bit of a conundrum here.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call it a conundrum, as, hey, we know exactly how this round is going to be playing out.
How much does he peek into this, though? Like, how willing is he to go for? Okay, I respect it. It's more damage than anyone else on SAD could do this round, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yeah, that one stands true there. And honestly, like, it's such a fun thing watching NRG as well. Once again, how they work the map there, because immediately they exchange all of that util. SAD are like, okay, guys, they're definitely gonna hit this site. Everyone just be super cool right now. Okay, now why aren't they coming in here? All right, what's going on here? And then suddenly Giza's all the way up in tower and finds a kill, and then SAD are like, all right, I guess they're engaging. Do we pop out now? And it just felt like broken telephone, and they were all walking out one after another. And that makes it so much easier for NRG to just kind of make that one work. I think at this point, SAD still looking to claim their first kill. Well, NRG have had 2 flawless rounds so far, but the rifles make it a lot easier to make that one happen.
Already making a ruckus again. Hayode once more just trying to placate, get rid of that util, and doing a decent job at it. SAD have to throw up the blaze just to have a secure reset. Giza, in the meanwhile, has made his way up the drop, giving himself away with a pot shot, and so a smoke is going to be committed to it. So, question is, how heavily does NRGA actually go for the pinch here? Paint, counter, curveball, and NRG win the first swing. Rest of SAD's crowd is here, and again, the fragmented comms lead to an easier pack fight for NRGA. 5v2, walking into A, still yet to get a kill is SAD, and that might be the case again, as the remaining 2 players will turn tail and save on this bonus. Whoo! This is one hell of a start, isn't it?
You talk about maybe a little bit of coaching going on beside the scenes. I'm just going to call it strategical differences coming out from NRG Academy at this point, because it just feels like they're playing this so well. I'm going to be calling this the Valorant equivalent of the pump and dump at this point, because they're going in there, they're making it seem like they're ready to rush in, and then immediately once that kind of uncertainty happens, they're just waiting for Sad to push out. They're waiting for Sad to try and take those opportune moments. And then at that point, well, NRG Academy just strike, and the counter utility works out perfectly for them to go in and sweep up. Hey, at least Sad were able to get 1 kill this round onto Giza going up those ropes, but they're gonna need a lot more, because that's now 3 rounds in a row for NRG Academy.
An economy already so quickly built up off of just staying alive, and Ange also having that ulti already here. So Sad, yeah, in a tough spot. Keeping 1 rifle and then, or keeping the 2. And they'll go for a stinger here for Welly's part. But this is still a lack of a weight on the B site. They still think that the priority is gonna be that engagement on A main with Hayode and Shondex on that Phoenix. And they look to be right. But every single time, they've been getting counter flashed perfectly.
Counter flashes have been really the biggest reason why this has worked out. Vita, though, getting aggressive this time, just on the other side of the sky smoke.
Great spot on the smoke, but no one's gonna buckle. And as it fades, so too will his security. Now with the crowd behind him. Same bad time, same bad channel, same pack fight. Relay bolt in response first. Vita trying to maintain the steady angle. There's the orbital strike to get Paint and Vita in.
Oh my goodness.
And everyone falls again. NRGA just escorting them into their sight lines. And Giza even wins against Savage. Epic Shot can't even save ya. Could 1 kill in 4 rounds really be the story?
Fortunately, it seems like that 100% will be the case.
Yeah, he's not even gonna try it.
Yeah. Dips across here. Giza gonna be ready for it, though. Oh, or not.
Whoa.
Okay. Yo, Giza's just trying to get the ultimate, okay? Giza just wanted the ultimate. That's why that happened, okay? It makes sense. It makes sense.
Good God. Yeah, 2 kills, both completely unimpactful when it came to the actual round, is all Sad has. And yeah, it's about time Mikey calls that timeout. I mean, this has been almost like the same round 3 times in a row, no? Like, that's been what it feels like.
I would say it's the same round 4 times in a row with the, once again, I'm calling it the bump and dump. You toss out all your utility, you bait them out, and then you just run in and sweep them when they're not expecting it and they're looking the other way. It's just so clean coming through from NRG Academy, and every single time they want to push in to make that strategy work, you see that there are like 3 agents walking in, you know? We got Shondex definitely flashing things through, Renz as well, getting that information, and then somebody else just there onto the support. I know the desk highlighted, like, you know, we got that Vita, Hayode, let's see which one of them are going to be popping off, but at this point, it doesn't even come down to like the individual players that are kind of on the board right now. It's just coming down to NRG just taking their timings perfectly and outplaying SAD Esports on a macro level. Like, it's those overall mechanisms that SAD are trying to find like a foot in the door that is perfectly orchestrated from NRG Academy just to kind of slam it as soon as they second guess themselves for a minute. So right now, domination from NRG Academy. Just took the timeout, SAD Esports. Let's see what you got coming into this next round.
You can really continue to lean into the nature of the attack comp the second you sow doubt into SAD's minds, the moment you get that free sight, and that means so much on a map this expansive. Running back is available here for Shondex, and he's gonna let it fire, gives away the operator, but not really much more space as Pain is playing guard dog. Still, Hayode's made his way into the vents, and so B-site is gonna be circumvented. Pain gets the 2K from watching on far, and Pain's still standing, but the pinch still available, and the smokes out from Canteen prevent the rest of the heavily weighted defense from entering, and so even still, the spike goes down. Nightfall in response quite early, and so Saj gets the peek into a 2v2. Welly approaching and finding Shondex on site. Where is Hayode planted? The double swing is perfect, and Sad can clean up just enough, keeping 2 guns standing and on the board now with a defensive response.
Finally, Sad find their breakout moment there. You still see that the orchestrated chaos coming from NRGA Academy is just so well timed. When all of the madness is happening on there, Hayode is already up into the tower. The NRGA Academy are still pushing in. Sad simply look overwhelmed, but it's calm and cool for the last members of SAD Esports, Welly and Zaj, to make sure that they're able to close that one out. They go down just to this basic, you know, clear your quarters, be safe, and it works out perfectly. It's in those moments of chaos that we see NRG Academy really start to take the lead and win out those gun duels. But if SAD can rein that in a little bit, calm them down, slow down the tempo here, then they've definitely got a chance to be able to frag back. And that first round is one of many to start pulling them back into it.
The reliance on Pain's centrality with these smokes. We just have to face the first leg of the fight, regardless of where and when it starts. Vito watching for that op shot, can't find good time on the gap, and in the meantime, Geese has found the pick onto a creeping Welly. And it's another inevitable pinch onto this B site. Ange finding Pain in the tunnels too. Watching the sixes. And NRGA controls half of this map in mere moments. Smoking out to waste the time, and honestly, with this operator, SAD are already questioning if they should invest in this round anymore. They won't. A three-man save, and we're right back to normalcy for NRGA. The streak will fire right back up again.
Unbelievable play. It all comes down to Giza being able to find that pick onto Welly. And as soon as the neural theft flies out, you can see all of the players that are hanging out onto that B site from SAD Esports get so worried and have to just back off, have to play more of a neutral engagement, just because they know if NRG Academy get aggressive, things could end poorly for them. And just with that space being bought, with the operator in hand, things weighing them down, SAD Esports decide to go for the save. At least Vita's able to find yet another kill there. But NRG Academy are hungry for it. Shondex still looking around. Maybe we'll be able to find one more, but SAD should be able to hold on to the rifles into this next one, while NRG Academy still blazing ahead, making that scoreline now 5-1.
See, no one else on the team has creds to buy rifles, so Welly and Pain are gonna go in with a shoddy buy, and Vita has to keep these lights. Meanwhile, NRGA, they're still stacked, bro. Geese is the only guy who's poor, and he's gonna voluntarily remain poor, actually. He's buying his own stuff. Come on, guys. Lend a brother a hand.
Happened again.
Spare some change? Come on, dude. But
that's kind of crazy.
Big response on Dish this time. 3-stack with just Welly trying to stave off the stack on A main. This is once again pretty par for the course for NRGA's beginning. Another extension. Big checkpoint system on Dish, but Paint suddenly left alone against Giza and loses the fight. Oh no! Op has to be contributed. Vito will quickly dispose of it. And now NRGA in through sand. Huge haunt by Welly to give everybody from SAD that angle and that aggression. But still, power there. Run it back. Respawn found by Zaj, and so SAD have a little bit of extra time to work with. 3v2 though, and still dicey.
A lot of utility still on the board here for SAD. Want to try and make this one work. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hayode does have some stuff in his pocket. No smokes available for Ange, unfortunately, so there's going to be total free reign to walk in here.
Crucial round to lose here. If you're SAD, in goes Vita, quickly found by Ange. No immediate follow-up on the drop here. Pain is too hesitant, but Zaj still wins his fight. It's gotta be Zaj, but Hayode clears them both. And NRG Academy fucking the 2v3 to keep their streak going. That round, just so much cursing behind that, man. So many moments where it was tripped up. That is a tough one.
Yeah, it really is. Like, it feels like how these rounds have been going with that very first engagement, right? That never actually happens in like the main thing that your screen is focused on. It's always on the sides. Whoever wins that one out, if it's NRG Academy, the round is basically won. If SAD win those initial engagements, then it's a competitive round. If that is the case, this really does look like NRG Academy are just miles ahead of where SAD Esports are. And now SAD forced back onto a save here. They got 4 ultimates online, well, at least 3 away from getting the Nightfall online as well. So there are some tools here, but I don't think that this is going to be the round that you want to use it. Given that low pistol buy, unless you find some of those moments of brilliance, make it somewhat of a winnable scenario. At this point, you just want to play it safe. Potentially find a couple of kills, make the economy a little bit more stable.
Aode looking with the outlaw quickly found, and Zash in the meanwhile, with that hero phantom, is able to find one. Giza on the retreat. Payne has crept all the way down the boxes. How did he get away with that?
Welp.
I mean, there's your round. No ults required, by the way. And
That's
that
the
was
best
a
way that
comedy.
could've happened.
That was a comedy of errors from NRGA, wasn't it? The creep up by Heo with no support on the outlaw, which is the smart budget buy to make sure that your economy is good for the rest of the half. But if you're by yourself and you know the counter flash is there, and you give away your shots, you're gonna get double swung. He was looking for the 1-for-1, couldn't find it. And then, I guess, I imagine it might have been a dry swing, but I mean, crazy double kill by Zash to equalize.
Yeah, Zaj being the only player who had a rifle coming into this one for Sad, is able to find 2 kills, makes it so much winnable for Sad Esports here. And now it's gonna be Ange gonna try and make this one work, a 1v5 scenario. The tables have turned for NRG Academy here. As Sad running in, Welly, first contact.
Every gun you get rid of here is genuinely so important, but Payne will make sure there's none. And Sad's second will be a flawless of their own, as they are able to rile back a defensive round here, maybe get some momentum going before we switch sides.
Yep, still 4 more rounds left in this half. Finally, Sad will be able to come into this one with better weaponry, as well as the fact that they're going to come in with all of those ultimates. I commented on that last round saying, hey, you know, if something looks good, maybe they can use the ultimates, win it around, but turns out that's not going to be the case at all. They just win it out purely on gunplay from Zaj there. And as a result of that, they've got so much going for them on this round. What's important about this is if they're able to win this one out, then NRG Academy's economy starts to fall apart a little bit. It starts to crumble just a bit more and could place them into a winnable scenario. Ange, though, does have that orbital strike ready and primed. And we know how aggressive the NRG like to play off of that orbital strike.
That go button anytime. NRGA just window shopping. Giza holding. Sad stack. Going for it with the help of that run it back, and that's the trade they're looking for. Vita just popping the body as Giza gets rid of the ulti. Very worthwhile. NRGA trying to get that speed up in order to get back before the crowd makes it away. Orbital strike on top of it as Vita clears 3 and drop is stranded. Spike alone in.
Oh my goodness me.
Dark Dog making sure nobody gets close, but Shondex might just have a chance. Getting rid of the first 2, and Sad is outstretched. Spike still stuck, though, and no idea where Zash could be.
2 flashes remain as well. Such a difficult angle here, but Shondex could make this one work.
He's available, too, and he's going to use it to get the easy pickup in theory. Watching from the zip, though. The molly right on top of the spike. Shondex is still going to go for it. 12 HP, can't heal off the hot hands, and so the spray is going to end it. Sad will hold on to that round after Vita pops the hell off.
Yeah, this is an unbelievable play with that Neon there, just sliding through, finds that second kill, and then just goes hyper aggressive. A little bit of a crazy brawl into the smoke, and Shondex at least able to clean that one out. But yeah, after those 2 rounds, NRG Academy were really looking to continue their dominance, continue their win streak here. And while Sad have finally done enough to kind of start to chip away at that score line, and they're really starting to stabilize here. So NRG Academy taking that time out now to discuss what they want to do with this next round. Giza won't be able to fully buy up thanks to that economy not looking as strong as it did, but they've got 3 ultimates here to try and make it work. I gotta say, NRG starting to give us a different look on how they want to play some of these strategies, but it's a lot more conventional on how they want to, or how you would expect teams to approach this map. And it feels like Sad are a bit more prepared for that. The Paint Vita duo, not duel, is starting to look just a little bit more coordinated. All the while we're seeing Pain get set up in these fun little locations, no longer just trying to over-rotate or anything like that, just try and hold down these creepy angles and make sure that they can catch some of the members of NRG off guard. And so things are finally starting to spin for Sad Esports here. After that timeout, let's see what NRG Academy have prepared.
Assaults now. Pain having used that orbital strike to cut the crowd last round. NRGA do have a lot. Like you said, with how the proactivity has been conditioned, Sad now have their own proactive responses on the defense, and thus we swap sides before we swap sides a little bit. Love that about this map, really.
The util
Sad
trading.
once again Peeking, yeah, throwing some cats out. Welly has not been afraid to just lose these Prowlers nice and early to make sure that Hayode or Shondex isn't way up.
Yeah. Really just keeps them at bay just a bit longer. And all the while, though, a lot of moving around for Sad. They think that this is going to be that A-side hit, given the fact that NRG have been usually pretty quick when they want to engage, and especially if they saw that original push, original just piece of util onto that B site. They're taking the guess onto A, but it's still silence across the entire map until Shondex going in now.
Wow, great response from Vita immediately on the run it back, so no real progress made. Blaze thrown up to make sure they don't approach, and now the convergent pats out from NRGA through Arcade, but V-Side's been completely cleared to make sure no one gets hit by any of this, and the orbital strike will catch just as much nothing as the previous ulti did. Another huge haunt from Welly, gets some early intel, places Ange in a bit of a rough spot, and Vita's gonna go for it with the overdrive, but the defensive Nightfall is gonna make everyone fall deaf. NRGA suddenly own the site, and Ren zones every fight. NRGA keep 4 standing in the backyard brawl. Spike down 2, Eco's up and running again.
A good read from Sad there. Making sure to back off, making sure they're in positions where they can't get heavily punished by the orbital strike coming through there. So they did a lot of preparation on how they want to make sure to mitigate a lot of those ultimates that NRG Academy kind of toss onto the board. But as soon as NRG get in onto B, as soon as those smokes are set up, as soon as all of the ultimates start flying through, well, we get into a crazy chaotic situation, which is when we've seen NRG Academy on this particular map always come out on top. And Sad Esports just kind of throwing their bodies at the problem is simply not going to be enough. Vita already down, does not have support that time. And that's going to make things a lot more difficult here.
Age in front to proc that neural theft so NRGA can confidently push into this 4v2. They take site with ease. Welly's now stuck. And inevitably gonna, oh no, Giza will at least lose that fight.
Face your fear.
And so now a Nightfall tossed in from Welly on a site that's already been completely deserted. NRGA is in front of the swings for Canteen, and Sad not fully prepared for it. Paints curveball only nets 1 for the 3. And it's all down to Welly, who is stuck up from the moment NRG said go. 1v3, no util, probably no time. 1 more chance in the half, and that'll be the one that Sad'll have to settle for. It's another save.
Oh, that's so tough, but once again, I just love the spacing that NRG Academy take. You know, they're not afraid to get up and close and personal into Sad before they can even get their retake underway. You see the members of Sad getting themselves set up there, and NRG Academy are already pushing into the spawn. Paint goes for the curveball just around the corner. It's too late. NRG are already there and fragging out, and it's in those moments of panic that even when Sad Esports have the numbers, they're not able to come out on top. NRG Academy just cool under pressure, round after round, crazy engagement after crazy engagement, and now find themselves ready to take that 9-3 half. While Sad are still looking to try and swing it around, and they're on a bit of a budget buy here. They're bringing in 2 stingers. Zaj at least does have the neural theft online, so that is a tool that is available. But beyond that, it's going to be a tough one against this NRGA squad.
Outstretched. So much trust given to Giza on top side. These extra eyes. Sad has barely pressed Arcade thanks to the cam they know is so impregnable.
We'll catch them.
Ren's keeping the attention over there with some of the fade util, even gonna get rid of the haunt. That is kind of massive. But the double trap wire is gonna give Sad just a little bit of time to prepare. Not much though. In comes Hayode. Hot hands in retaliation. Rewind into the recon from the trap wire. Catches an easy 2. And now the neural theft will confirm the rest of the stack, so Sad can confidently reset. NRGA just doubling down. In goes Hayo over the trap wire. I am a huge fan of that one.
Oh man, not even checking the angle there. Now down to this 2v5 scenario. Renz and Ange already.
30 seconds left.
Zaj just on their tail there. They're not aware of that, but the stand utility coming through from Sad Esports has just been sublime. It's always looked so good. Now the information given, Willie gets one.
And now they're re-swing to make sure they can't get rid of him. Pain will still fall. Poor guy's having a bit of a rough game, but he's been willing to throw his body at the problem to get Sad the 4 rounds they will. on defense. And now comes the fun part, because Sad's attack half is so much stronger and hopefully still as clean as it's been these 4 wins. I mean, it's no surprise NRGA, they took the month that they've not held onto this map and they have done some really cool things with it. Let's see if that translates.
Yeah, I'm super curious to see how NRGA are going to take this defense. I mean, even when you look at like the kills across the board for the Energy Academy, it's so evened out. And that's what I mean when it comes down to not just the individual players having their impact, but just an overall team diff on what they want to do and how they want to play this specific map. On the flip side though, Sad, I mean, Welly has been getting so much information with those haunts. I've been like genuinely impressed, always finding 2 or 3 people. And then in the midst of all of that, Sad doing a good job of being able to convert on that. Now that they're onto this attack, just goes to show that they are playing off of one another pretty darn well. See how they make this one go. Vita already in.
Good slide, but better one-way by Giza. That makes even the Neon push tough. And now there's no gas behind this attack. Hayode's already found Pain on the steps. They're still firing away, and eventually Giza's beckoned in, but that'll just put a new guard at the tower, and it's the guy who's been running the pockets of every other team that's faced him. Zaj will win it, and trade away, ready for the turn on Noelle too, and Arcade is cleared. Pain in the 1v2, breathe on Ange, and he dies. Renz is up and kicking, still a haunt in the tank. But Spike in the hands of the Sad attacker, the opportunity to completely rotate, and off of that kill, he just might. Oh yeah, there he goes!
Running for the hills. Surely Renz is aware of what's going on and is actually going on this angle to try and catch him off guard. Like I'm watching an episode of Scooby-Doo right now. Let's see how this one goes. Tom and Jerry even. Pain going to be able to put down that final Sky Smoke. We'll try to go for this plant, but this is such a good position from Renz.
Chasing him down. A backstab. Inevitable. Is Pain looking? Oh, just in time.
No way.
Some things you just can't teach.
That's a vital clutch for Sad to keep them in this game. Oh my God, I can't believe he won that.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. just goes all the way across the board in a scenario where it really shouldn't have worked out there, but somehow able to stay alive amidst a couple right clicks that were very close range, and the Bandit just firing exactly where it needed to go. So Sad now 3 rounds away from Energy Academy. We'll take that second pistol, get that weapon upgrade here. As Energy Academy now looking to potentially take this fight just outside of A, and Vito's opening it up with a kill onto Shondex.
Yeah, wanted to snipe as much as he could the last half, just didn't have many chances to. We'll see how many times he tries to milk the sniper on this side. We saw Hayo go for it only against the Ecos, so that might just be the case for him as well. Quick clears with the help of the stack. Ange is next on the chopping block. Now you double and you win.
Spike down.
One trade by Hayo, but NRGA are in the 2v4. Really not much left in the kit. Renz is gonna give it a go, but that fast lane makes it really tough to push into on your own. So Giza will play for time or a trade, but certainly not the round win.
Spike planted.
That's gonna be pretty tough there, but once again, Sad just kind of methodically walking in there, making sure that they're gonna catch those trades just in case anybody gets up to any shenanigans. Giza makes a hop in there, but Paint will be able to find that kill, so Sad win yet another round and keep a lot of their weapons online. You want to do a little bit of comparison, all I'm saying, technically Energy walked away with a better pistol round, but Sad still really picking up a lot of momentum here, right? And I think that this is really important for them if they want to be able to win out this map. This is their map pick, just as a reminder, because things started really slow for Sad. And it was looking like this was going to be a heavily one-sided map for Energy Academy to easily win this one out. But now we're starting to see that momentum truly shift in Sad's favor, as Energy Academy now on this rifle buy have a chance to try and see some of it back. But if this goes Sad's way, things are going to be looking a lot more dicey for Energy Academy.
And just in the dry swing, Welly now handed the Outlaw for this bonus. Ayo catching the cam. No, Zaj is on the lurk.
Gotta go.
I love the mutual respect for these ciphers just hanging on top side. Yeah, you do your thing. Stay out of my way. Did the same thing. Oh, yeah! Yeah, you better give Vita that Guardian. A-site, now getting condensed. 2 standing on default. Vita toying with their hearts. Paint doing the rest of the work from spawn. And Sad kind of have their pick of the litter on where they head to. If they read the 2 on A site, they might just path out. And they've in fact read it so hard that they don't even need to path out because they got the 2 kills once they cut Noise. They're dominating in whatever way NRG lets them. And it might be another bonus grabbed by the other side to start it out. Shondex 1v5, good start, but probably all he'll get. Yeah, he is out of there. And twin streaks for the attacking sides, Marcus. Maybe it wasn't as much of a nuclear meltdown as we had thought when we started this game.
No, not at all. I'm feeling better about my sad prediction right now. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is looking great. But no, like once again, you look at how this round kind of played out there, and if you're NRG Academy, you're sitting there, you're watching them go, and you're like, where the hell are these guys? You see them start to push through, then suddenly it's quiet onto that A site. Oh my goodness, the Phoenix is pushing up into spawn. Wait, there's 2 or 3 of them. Okay, well then let's start moving over to try and get that pinch because they might be rotating. Oh no, what do you mean someone's looking at us from all the way up there? There's so many different angles that Sad were just exploring. Sad were just taking control of all of these individual pockets of space, and NRG had nothing to keep that in control. And I think that that is going to be how this map is going to continue to get played out here, is Sad toying with that space and NRG Academy not doing a good job of keeping them in check. If Sad are able to get all the space that they want to, then you see how confused NRG Academy look. And so that might be the keys to success here. Let's see how this one goes now. Just a 1 round difference between these 2 teams now.
Actually, such a great test of these trauma responses. Fight, flight, or freeze. Knowing when to do each is so crucial to reading the pulse on defense. NRGA having to understand when it's a bluff and when it's a full send the other direction. And it looks to be the latter here on round 16 against a mostly eco round. Giza with the Stinger and the tower is the only threat in this 5 stacks way at the moment. Shondex with the Hero Rifle rotation has good timing for this, but the Blaze is gonna give him away. Haunt's just gonna be let flown. Make sure nobody's in front of this. Creep around from Zaj to make it a proxy pinch, but NRGA is already here for this, and so a lot of noise made may discourage Sad from actually going for it. Still, the fast lane already tossed in, so Sad lacks a lot of pushing tools whichever way they end up going. Cut Noise and left Vita with the Outlaw, 2-shot, nails down that Hero Rifle. And everyone else on NRGA is a 1-shot. Trapwire's gonna catch that, run it back, but the quick swing and again, lets Vita get the freebie. Now with 3v5 and NRGA stuck on the barricades.
This one's gonna be tough. Ange does have a rifle here though. But already Sad have had ample time to get themselves set up onto this post plan. All these different angles are gonna be looking so good, no matter which way NRG move in.
Fully set, fully locked. Ange at least with the trade back on site. Heyo with the close quarters frag, but that's only to trade it away. And we're tied up at 8 in what seems like no time flat. Sad have repaired this fully and are on track to take a streak better than NRGA had on their own half.
I was watching how Sad were trying to take that engagement there, and one of the big things I was questioning was just like, oh man, okay, they're using all this utility, exactly like you said, the fast lane goes in there, and sure, they get a little bit of information, but then they just kind of stall, right? Like, they just really slow things down for a second, and it isn't until Vita comes through, makes that kill onto Shondex happen, that you see all of the confidence for Sad to be able to push in onto that site. And so that's how you know that Vita is gotta be that guy. Vita has to be the one to find that step up, find that opportunity, because that is going to be the opening that allows the rest of Sad to be able to flood in onto that site. Exactly like you said, Sad now tied up 8-8 against NRG Academy here. And so NRG Academy, they got to show us something different. They finally have rifles across the board. Hayode bringing in the rifle as well, does have that ultimate available just in case that is necessary. Sad Esports show no signs of slowing down, and they're already making their way towards this B site.
With the turnabout operators, and they've guessed right as to where Hayode isn't. Nightfall onto the tower, and the smoke's in response. Cut Noise again from Sad on both ends. Potential rotation, but once again, they'll insert. Zaj is a very risky spot, but could come up huge if anybody decides to peek it. Cam catches the insert from Heyo as well. Maybe not the operator. Not sure if he spotted it specifically, but Vita with the overdrive on the other side through sand. Ren's gonna fully back away. Fast lane letting him get an easy entry and some chip. Heyo is down to 36. purely off the sight line through the
30
smoke.
seconds left.
And Sad yet again cutting noise. Pain with the rotation on the spike as Zaj has made his way all the way up to Canteen. Welly chased down from main. Vito with this insert on the operator. Such a vulnerable position, and Renz eventually catches him. And Sad might not even have time to make this work. Shondex catching the spike entry. And an overcook from Sad leads to what might be a flawless no. Zaj will at least put that to a stop, but the saturate keeps them from being able to plant. Yeah, that was charbroiled by the end of the round. Sad fall flat against NRGA, locking down wherever they decided to push.
All right, so Sad basically just did a run back of one of those earlier rounds where they were confusing NRG Academy with all the space that they took, but then it just came down to simple commitment issues. Like you could see Sad didn't know where to go. They were like, are we going here? Are we going there? We have all this space on the map. We can go A, we can go B. Let's go everywhere. And turns out going everywhere leads you nowhere. That's a philosophical quote if you ever think about that one. But the problem was they just didn't commit to any of one of those sites. And then at that point, you know, they're isolated. They're alone, and NRG Academy are going to be ready to find those kills. This time, though, the full team pushing through A. It's going to be met with a little bit of resistance here. Run it back, activated by Shondex.
Very quickly, and the hot hands on top of it, too, trying to intercept the stack. But once again, Sad doesn't have to commit. We'll see if they whiplash as hard as they did last round, though. Just staying in sand for now. Letting that door go. Smoke on top of the zip. NRGA falling back a tiny bit, but this is a decent gap. They haven't held it too quickly or often. But Shondex losing the first, no immediate trade. Yet again, the timing is bad, but that hot hands is way worse. Vita gonna try and slide through it, but Renz holds down the stack, and Sad once again fall prey to their own tempo, and yet they find the sight lines to persevere. Hayode with that operator in no clean way to get a rifle. We'll no doubt have to try to save this, but Sad have yet to get the spike down, and so opportunity still lingers for a potential pick in the middle of this. Finally, this will get planted, but another bit of disconnect may leave some stray debris. Another creep on tower. That could be the toasted operator.
Oh, there's no way. Okay.
Sure. No right click on the op, but yes, a right click on the classic. I'll take it. But no more, surely. Yeah, double swing inevitable here if he sticks around, and NRGA need this op. Sad will tie us back up again, but still inklings of that doubt being sewn into where they need to end here, Marcus.
Oh my god, you know Welly's like going down the ropes just like, ow, my foot, wait a second, that was an operator, wait a second, that's not good. Hayode is able to secure that kill with a pistol. And let me tell you, I am really happy Sad won that round. With a little bit of the misplay there with the hot hands, Vita burning to death, has to slide out to try and make a play and doesn't escape because the position is basically forced there. So Renz is able to walk away with 2, but then thankfully the rest of the team is able to win out that round. So the tilt doesn't fully come to fruition just quite yet. And still good opportunities for Sad to continue to make it happen. They're making sure to utilize a lot, and the best part about that is they're able to force out a couple of ultimates on the side of NRG Academy. Of course, we still have Ange coming in with this one, with the orbital strike up top. Renz does have the Nightfall available, but overall, like, once again, Sad Esports very much in control of their attacking side. And this is actually going to be enough for NRG Academy to call out a timeout. And let's see what MCE has cooked up here, because once again, the issue right now with Sad is they're really good at taking space, sometimes to a fault, but when they take that space, you don't see NRG Academy have a very easy time of trying to fight back. It just seems like they're consistently kind of letting Sad take all of this space for free. And I think that's going to be something that they need to clean up, stop them at the door, don't make sure that they can enter into the sites as far as they are before they're able to get all that room.
So many clashing interactions of how much of the util kit to lay waste to, because NRGA, again, if Sad keeps kind of stop and starting, then it's a question of how much do you want them, or how much do you want to let them like whittle away at you, you know? Like, am I willing to throw in this saturate or this hot hands or this molly if I know that this stack doesn't have to go now? It's the tough thing about Neon or Waylay is that they really can spring that trigger finger whenever it's most convenient for them and not a moment sooner. So every smoke, every molly, every stall is like gold dripping from the pockets of these guys. Heyo. Heyo.
I thought you did that on purpose.
Everybody living the up say heyo.
Heyo.
That was close too. That's fun. But Blaze only pops in to keep the attention, as Tunnel is the choice for Welly by the looks of it.
Cage trigger.
Looking for freebies after that opening kill, seeing if they get anybody for free.
The better job right now of NRG Academy really keeping the door closed, right? Like you see that the traps are being set up a little bit more further away from those sites. Now finally Sad will be choosing to engage onto this B site, but immediately Paint gets shot out of the run it back. Time ticking away. We're getting close to 30 seconds. Sad have to make a choice here on whether or not they're going to try and engage. Thankfully though, NRG Academy, they've backed off. Hayode now going to be coming back just in time to potentially stop this before it becomes a problem. Sad's still waiting to spring their trap.
Still stuck here, but Vita, yeah, in he goes. Gets the one. Now the relay bolt on top of sight to make it so no one can immediately counter, but Giza still finds Paint. And then Welly, before falling, now Shondek's on the way back in, and Vita now stands alone. And this double swing, I mean, done it a million times. Even still, Nightfall, just to make sure. Oh my God. Orbital strike too? Yeah, sure. God. God.
Oopsies.
They are hungry for that one, man. Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it is still a lead, so I'm not complaining. And you still have you still have some rifles. I mean, that's not all of your ults gone either. Well, it's neural theft. I don't know if that's it's not as win-conny as an orbital strike per se, but you know,
hey,
give it to you.
To be fair, on the last half, when Giza did have the neural theft, it made quite a big impact in just allowing NRG Academy to have so much of a better idea on where Sad are. But I have a feeling that during that timeout, they're like, all right, we got our 2 ultimates. Make sure to use them to close out that round. It's just a bit of a mistiming where Ange uses it after the kill actually comes through. So good stuff overall for Sad to be able to get those 2 ultimates out, I guess. But still, Sad looking for an opportunity to come back. This at least stabilizes the NRG Academy economy to make sure they can keep these rifles in rotation, especially that operator, which has been extremely important for Hayode to find that value. Ange getting ready for this, has the molly in hand. Once again, it's stop them before they move in.
And Giza voluntarily on an island, and this time he'll get aptly punished for it. Payne still watching the sight lines. I feel like that's a double on the gap, and he still finds both there. That's crazy. And, I mean, with that, crowd clear, very quickly it'll be a save. NRGA, I mean, these 2 guys didn't even get a chance to look at the fight.
They were completely on the other side, and once again, that just comes down to an excellent haunt coming in from Welly. You see immediately when those 2 pings happen, Payne finds those 2 kills. It's a little bit of chaos introduced onto the NRG side, making them scatter themselves just a bit more, allowing Payne to find those kills, and now have that orbital strike available. As Sad take a very dominant 10th round, as we are all tied up yet again. This is one of those matches that once, like, you know what? These 2 teams are very close when it comes to skill levels. And Sad right now are really making sure that they want to be able to close this one out, while NRG Academy will yield that lead again.
Was still Sad's pick. Going kind of dry info-wise into this. NRGA making sure it's provably anybody's game. Pretty similar scoreline progression on either side here too. Love to see the evolution of either of these sides. But I have to agree with you, Welly's haunts have definitely been the highlight for me. Just his timing is insane, and that's the cool thing about Fade's haunt specifically, is that finding the pocket of time in the fight to get it to activate can be so much more crucial and satisfying than something like a Sova dart, because of the way it times out. And he's been taking advantage of that on the maps that he's allowed to use Fade so many times. Been switching to it a lot more because of it. Ayo, beautifully taken care of. It doesn't matter. He still swings onto Vita to start. Orbital strike on top of the tower. It's already been cleared. Rest is Sad. Lays waste. Shondek's backing out as it's smoked away. And B-site is, for the moment, Sad's. But here comes that pinch from Spawn. The stairs have 2. NRGA slowly but surely clearing. The curveball out from Paint. Once again, lacking in the kill department. And the second swing makes sure he doesn't land a lick of damage. Now a 3v3. Pinch out from both spawns. 2 front lines clashing on the spike site. Molly into the tower, cuts off this real 1-frame sightline. This will be half of spike for free. They have to sacrifice themselves on the Hunt to even have a shot. They're spraying through the smokes, and it doesn't matter. No coverage from Sad! Completely bottlenecking themselves in the tower! And a smoke plus a molly plus a security guard is all they need to get the defuse for free!
Oh no, it's like you could see the comms coming through on Sad Esports. They're like, they'll never see this one coming as they hop into the molly and burn to death. It's not exactly how you wanted that one to go. And all the while, Shondex was backing off, making sure to take that additional space. And unfortunately, just a little, what would have been a really cool play if Sad were able to pull it off, ends in travesty as NRGA Academy scoop up yet another round in what seems like it shouldn't have necessarily gone as free as it did. NRG now 2 rounds away from stealing away the map pick of Sad Esports. Hayode, not spotted out here, is able to re-swing this angle, but this has given Paint an insertion to continue to push forwards a bit more.
Already second curveball gone, though they have no flash in here, and Vito just has to waste his dash just to get space. Hayode protected, no second swing, and Sad has made it work once again. Neural Theft to confirm the last in the 2v2, but still it's even footing on the personnel. Nightfall also committed, and that will catch only one. Doesn't seem like Ange was phased by it, and it'll have to be him to clutch up in order to hold on to this. No, he was caught by it. And in he goes. Reads one on the tower. Does he read both? Oh. No, he doesn't. Sash saves it. The only one standing, and it really is a make-a-wish game as we're tied back up here. Sad holding on. Some really tough mistakes to watch in the midst of these, and still the raw power these players possess can get them over the line.
That's so crazy. Giza honestly saved Hayode's life to make sure that the kill onto Paint can even happen. Because unfortunately, Hayode takes the shot. It goes into the Prowler, meaning that's not going to be a kill onto Vita. But Giza thankfully has Hayode's back, is able to make that one happen. And yet, even with all those heroics going on the site, Sad still walk away with that victory. As close as ever as NRGA Academy are brought back down to a bit of a save. They've got Shondex, they've got Hayode with those rifles in hand. Shondex does have the run it back. Now they're really slowing things down. They've completely stalled things out in their own spawn, expecting NRGA Academy to be the ones who are going to be pushing into them, but doesn't seem like that is going to be the case, and so Sad will have their pick of the litter on where they want to go, and will have very minimal resistance no matter which direction.
Still only one person sold on the lane, and so Vita's not caught. Renz only saw the fade util and heard one shot. That buddy system working out great for the opening pick. Really great, convincing performance. It took a lot of the fade kit, but it worked. And it's gonna get a couple inches and a couple feet over to A. Ange, next one watching from on high. Shondex with the pinch, has the run back available if they decide to fight it out. Dash sold, slide in, Vito wins, gets the second on the run it back. Shondex doesn't do a thing, and he's now getting swarmed on the spawn. Sad commandingly take the A site. 2 on the zip, Welly watching steadfast. First one followed, not tracked. Welly giving away sand and now crept up upon. Giza getting 2, making maybe a third. Vito left wanting, having to put up the overdrive to have some ammo to save face. And Shondex is eventually cleared by that 3-man stack. Giza in the 1v3, a lot to go against, and he can't. Sad once again have enough to get over, and they still will here on game point.
Great stuff coming out from Vita to be able to clutch that one out. I mean, the timing is just so strange. Yeah, it was like, uh-oh, do I do it? Okay, I'm gonna do it. Pops the ultimate, and then it's all said and done. And in the midst of all of that, you see Giza toss out the Neural Theft, just like maybe this will give us a lifeline, but it's too late because Vita's gone in and found those kills, making it unwinnable for NRGA Academy. Potential last round here for Sad Esports to be able to find it and close out this map. It's a scattered buy on the side of NRGA Academy. Hayode does have the convergent paths though, so still one tool available. But once again, Sad have just been doing such a good job of scattering themselves around the map. It's so hard to tell whether or not you should pull that ultimate because it's only going to trap a certain amount of point, and you need to make sure to secure kills if you make that use of it.
Haunt for Haunt, no dead giveaways other than the one shot, but this A main implant has been pretty consistent, so it's a question of how much NRGA thinks Sad is committing to the bid. They have a good idea, bringing Hayo over to the zip early. Look how much space Ange is taking right now, and he's one of the guys that has a Phantom. He's all the way up to the door. He was really ready for this lurk from Zash, but they're all on top of the site. Orbital strike to get paint in, and Renz is caught ISO'd. Heyo creeping up sand. No value out of this push until just about now. Defensive orbital strike from Ange to play keep away, slow this down. Sad is left stuck on the site, but the Blaze is gonna get them that free plant. Couple pot shots taken from the forward angles, but it's gotta be the actual commitment to the push. And as the Blaze fades, so too does the fast lane, and now comes the fight. Vita with that upward angle, getting another shot on the Outlaw. There's still one more player that's one shot, but two of these guys are on 50. It's gonna have to be a little heavier from the rest of SAD, who are also condensed on site. Paint pops out for one, Welly for another, and the third as well. That'll clear enough of the crowd. SAD will make it work just long enough to get that map pick. It's 13-11, and they continue their undefeated record on this map this stage.
What a way for this to go. It started out, it was looking like NRGA Academy were going to be taking SAD Esports for a walk on their own map pick. It didn't even look close. What was that? 2 flawless rounds to start things out, and then only allowing 1 kill for rounds 3 and 4. And then SAD turn it up. They find their key to success and are able to completely sweep the floor when it comes to that attack. It was still a very close map, but I think that this just came down to maybe NRGA Academy being a little bit more fearful on that defensive side of taking those initial engagements. We talked about how good NRGA Academy were at sending a lot of that util, you know, pump faking it before they decided to move in and find those kills. But when swapped around, they looked timid. They didn't look like they were ready to take some of the bulls by the horns, and that just allowed SAD to take so much space on the map and make sure that they could win out that attacking half.
That timidity cannot continue, nor can the attacking momentum for SAD when we move to map 2 with NRGA sitting on the precipice of moving to that loser's bracket. They have volunteered to take SAD to the map where they most recently went 12-0 on attack. It's Haven on the horizon. We'll be back in a moment.
Trip. Edge. Shade.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. Yeah, they're going blind, and it's an ace from Body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off. You'd imagine. And the spray through the smoke at least is going to guarantee one as X is stand.
It was a repeat match on Fracture between two teams that faced off in round 3, but NRGA switch up a couple ideas on the day. It gets them closer, but not quite close enough. It'll be a Sad Esports 13-11 to close it out and take the first map in the series. I mean, Vans, the switch up, like, it was nice to see, but unfortunately just unable to follow through on a couple enough of those plans to get them over the line in the end. Sad will take their map.
The switch up for Energy was actually really good after all. As we mentioned before, I think this is something that was needed on the side of the attack that was missing here from Energy Academy, where you're not going to be too predictable when you're playing like a waylane double initiator. Now that you have your second guy coming in as a Phoenix, you saw a little bit of that attack side. If they want to change the tempo where they want to dive and be quick, they can. When they have big rounds, when they can actually leverage like the Phoenix ult as a bait on one angle and then still give a chance for Hayode to move in, contact slowly, and get openers. I think it really worked out quite well here for Energy Academy side. But I think just as Marks and Tenrake mentioned, once we were able to switch side here for Sad Esports, they definitely looked more confident for Sad Esports to play on their attack side, where maybe that change of composition didn't really help Energy feel too comfortable in how they wanted to set up their defenses. I mean, even if it comes down to like 4-1 setups that is common to do, I think it's how you're able, or how you're trying to react based off the information you're getting here for Energy Academy was unfortunately not good enough. It almost feels towards the end here, I don't know if you agree with me, Dan, but this could have been more one-sided for the side of Sad Esports if they didn't fumble that round 17 and 21 Overcooked / Ninja Diffuses, or Smoke Diffuses rather.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I think this was an interesting start for both of the teams on the attack side, like you were talking about for Energy Academy. That changing composition, you see how it benefits them towards the beginning. They started with a pretty massive lead. It was a 5-1 to start them off on the attack. But when we go into the when they switch sides, it is for Sad Esports a very dominant attack side, and one where they were able to kind of repeat that same formula over and over again, especially in the last couple of rounds, where you see them freezing a little bit towards the beginning before going for that B hit, waiting to see if there is going to be any sort of pressure coming in from the defense, and then going with a pretty well-planned execute that you see the amount of support that all of those kills were getting. In a few of those rounds, like you mentioned, that round 21, it is an Energy Academy that is able to hold onto the B side just a little bit longer, try to hold instead of playing for the retakes that were not effective. And yeah, for some, they're able to work. It was, I think, a 3v4 that they get away with, but it was still a really uncomfortable B side where they couldn't really figure out what they wanted to do. So that is where Sad takes the advantage and closes out the map.
Yeah, I think that's where Energy Academy were, feeling they were missing a little bit of that double initiator to allow Hayode to get a little bit more, or at least util to start dumping so they could try to retake here more as a team. So when you're trying to be a little bit more proactive around the map, it didn't really work out into your favor. And then you're starting to see here that Sad Esports really took full advantage here of that second half. And it's all thanks to Vita again, just being very good and consistent on how he's holding his angles on the defensive line, but the space that he creates on the attack side as well. I think if it wasn't for Vita, I think for two different storylines, right? I think for Sad Esports, they let the overcook happen and the fumble get to them from round 17 and 21, then it's Energy Academy that would probably have squeaked through. But if it also wasn't for Vita, for example, as well, then this also could have been an Energy Academy victory, because the double duelist lift from Paint was missing a little bit on that side as well. He got some great impact frags towards the end, but I think overall it was a lot on like Vita and also the util that Welly was throwing with these Hans to be able to get that active info for those retake fights.
Yeah.
And I mean, Zaz with the step out on the Cypher as well. Like, Zaz always capable of getting some kills, but I mean, Sad definitely get to see a little bit more impact coming on through, and just enough to get them over that finish line in that very first map. But I mean, going into the series, even if it was a lot closer than the last time we saw a Fracture, it was them to take the Fracture last time these two teams faced. And now we go into yet another familiar map here, Dan, with expectations for NRGA to take it and take us into a map number 3, which then puts the pressure on Sad. Maybe we see a switch up from them, even if it's not in composition, but something to change things going into today.
Yeah, it is a map that has been pretty comfortable on the sort of Energy Academy. Like we mentioned last time they played each other on this map on that week 3. That was the Energy Academy pick and win with a 13-8. But also most recently they played it against ADG and they were able to get the win even in a more dominant fashion with a 13-5. This is a map where they feel comfortable with exactly some of the things that we talked about that we wanted to see on this map of Fracture, right? When we have still Renz that is going to be on the Phoenix. You're going to have Hayday on that Jet where he has been able to shine a lot in a couple of different maps as of recent. So you have all the win conditions set up for Energy Academy to push us to a map 3, but it's also a sad that is really, really scary to deal with, especially when you're able to get with a win like this one where Energy Academy, they started thinking maybe they could win this map of Fracture and then they just kind of slipped through their fingers.
Yeah, I think also this, as I mentioned before, we went into this game. If it wasn't, if Energy Academy actually did win the first map on Fracture, it would probably be a 2-0 because I still think that Energy Academy are looking quite comfortable on this map. It's one of the stronger maps. Renz looks absolutely amazing on the Phoenix side, jailing for the team as well. And also, I think the other thing is a chamber that they have for the comp as well for Energy Academy that makes it very difficult for teams to deal against. On the side of SAT Esports, they recently had a small change, bringing out the Fade instead of the Sova. So you are trying to like add a little bit more around that utility from that Fade so that Phoenix can get maybe a little bit more value on spacing, how he wants to get more space behind or run it back, right? So think about that type of utility to group up a little bit more. But if you're looking at it, to be honest with you, Energy Academy switching roles on and switching comps on the first map and still making it very, very close and almost winning that first map, I think it should still for them be a quite comfortable outtake or outlook, sorry, to step away from that first map, knowing that they probably could have closed it out when they had probably lesser practice to get that new composition into official play. So I think at this point now it's going to go to a third map.
I mean, where is there the potential for SAD to try and maybe close it out into? Like, it isn't enough with the composition, then you say, would it just be changing up the strats, just having the read and learning from the last time they faced up against NRGA? Or are we just, like, where can they try and take this, fans?
Yeah, I think it's also that change, right? Because after that loss they had against Energy Academy, that's when they switched away to be able to get that fade in and test it out. And as they were able to at least practice it against Evictix, it was very one-sided. 13-2. They went 12 unanswered rounds on the attack side, which is huge on that at that point. So now you're, again, very similar looks to what you're trying to do here on Fracture is to probably get those lineups that you probably practice for retakes with the Fade Haunts, but also just how good the Prowler is to be able to set some sort of fakes outside of just owl drones in general, and just making sure, especially if you're playing against a Cypher, to know where that util is at inside of the inside of Garage, for example, right? So I think it comes down to active information once again that you're trying to get around the Welly's utility and try to react based on that. And I think also just having a Fade in general will allow for you to get a clear understanding of potentially where the chamber would be positioned at that point, right? If you're going for active long close range angles on sewers, for example, it's better for you to have that drone with a cat to just chase down and force out the TP instead of having like a drone and then you know that Shaunas could sit inside and eat the drone so he could still get a shot through it, right? So it allows for you to have more confident clearings, for lack of a better way of saying it.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And I mean, we get the agent selected, we get a confirmation, unless my eyes deceive me, that Dan, nothing has changed here. So your take on these compositions before we head into the map?
Yeah, I quite like it. Both of the teams keeping the same composition as we mentioned from last time. When they face each other, it was Welly that was on the Sova. And as Vance talked about, this Fade is something that makes a little bit more sense and is going to support them a little bit more in the way that they want to approach this attack side, especially. I think, yeah, I know you guys are saying that this could go to map 3, but I would be a little bit scared. Sad just got away with that win. With a Paint that was not really performing in the way that we're used to seeing. If Paint is having a good game here on the Phoenix, especially on this map, supporting Vita and also making some plays by himself, taking advantage of those ultimates and how fast he's able to build them, it can be very scary territory for Energy Academy where it can be closed in too.
And I mean, what Paint has been able to accomplish on Haven specifically in the past, that's even something we were talking about in the green room as well, right? So having that combination of Paint and Vita for SAT Esports on their attack, I mean, they have the recipe for success here, but of course it was NRGA that was able to best them in the past. It's time to see on the day if maybe they can't get away with that murder and go for the 2-0, or if it's going to be an NRGA here to equalize the score. Let's find out and send it back over to Tenrek and Marks.
Sierra, NRGA Academy trying to repeat the same history that SAD already has on map 1 by winning the map that they did against SAD in their previous matchup here on Haven. Like the desk mentioned, Welly swap to the Fade is the biggest and most recent change to the compositions on either side that really get our eyes perked up because it's been so good on other maps and it makes so much more sense for this composition. And Marcus, despite NRG Academy having this as their pick, SAD have a lot going for it coming into this map. They're starting on their attack half, in which the last time we saw him on it, they went 12-0, and Paint had a 0.5 KD last map. If he's literally any better than he was last map, it's gonna be a crazy SAD.
Oh man, we're just dunking on Paint right now, but it was so tough because we got that flip into his angle and he was just missing a couple of shots there. And unfortunately, like the desk highlighted, Paint was one of those players who has traditionally really stepped up to the plate and been that impact player for SAD Esports. But now it's going to be really cool because in real time, we can see if history is yet just a flat circle. Let's see if NRG Academy are able to win this one out and potentially break the mold by making this make us go to Lotus, which is a different map, all things considered. But all things considered, SAD, I think, have a real good opportunity here to close this one out in this 2-0 fashion, and Vita already opening it up with a shot on to Shondex and a kill.
Wasting no time, just twisting the knife deeper, finding the Shondex TP, and then the Shondex cover, and then Shondex. Rest is SAD, quickly takes C, and this is just a repeat of the last time we saw them on this attack. So certain, so not caring of what the other team has to do, but Giza has a lot to do. Vita refragging that as well, and we'll end with 3 on the round. Sadly, waste on the pistol to get us started.
A very quick attack coming through from SAD Esports there. I mean, you see how they want to kind of take some of those angles and how they want to push things through, and well, they just be very aggressive, right? And once again, you know that they're brimming with confidence coming into this one. And just like the desk highlighted, we saw them go 12 rounds unanswered against Evictix. They did drop a couple in their defensive half, but all they needed was one to win it out. And meanwhile, on the other side, NRG Academy, they did look very dominant the last time that we've seen them up against an Azure Dragon Gaming, being able to find that 9-3 half and then closing things out ultimately 13-5. And so in theory, you know, both of these teams are on their favored halves, meaning whichever one is able to walk away with more of these rounds, things are going to start to swing towards them being the team that's going to be able to win out this map, and whether or not we see that map 3 or if SAD are able to take it home in 2.
Shondex's consistency plays a big role in NRGA's defensive capability. So we'll see how much he's able to get done after this quick pickup that SAD are heavily favored to take. Another snake to see. This is the status quo for this composition. Just such a good post plant. So much refragging capability, so much freedom to just keep on stepping in, keep on twisting the knife deeper, putting salt in that wound. Renz does get the right click, quickly refragged. That's the one gun that wasn't invested into this round, and so the rest of it should be pretty quick.
Yeah, Shondex, save those golden bullets. Each one is worth money at this point. And it's a very quick victory for SAD, exactly like you said. Very textbook engagement onto that C site. Ain't even able to find Shondex just at the very end there. Once again, SAD Esports, they make these 2 rounds happen extremely quickly. Well, now NRG Academy will be able to get some of their rifles here, but once again, the big thing that they have to do is just prevent SAD from getting that snowball rolling as early as it does, because Vita is so good at taking all of that space. And then given the fact that Paint is playing that secondary duelist, there's even more pressure that they can continue to apply on these different angles and make sure that they can secure their way in. And while everyone's focused on the push in, that's when Vita gets to shine onto that neon. So that's what NRG have to be conscious of here. It's going to be a good flash. Giza going to back off that angle. A lot of util tossed in from SAD just to gain that additional space onto A. But this is very SAD Esports. Even though they take all that space, they aren't necessarily interested in holding on to it.
Despite this being the bonus, they get a couple bursts of that heavy investment in Vita. Very comfortable with this hero Phantom, ready to try to get something, and he will. Ready with the secondary relay bolt, catches both, and will get the frag onto Hayode. Knows one more is here, and apparently the flash, he catches Renz too. And the bonus has already been seized by the 2 duelists who make it a flawless. And that was the real test to show what's ahead on this half. SAD are 15-0 on attack rounds on this map.
Yep, and the ball just keeps on rolling. Paint now as well has the run it back available online. But it's just down to these brawls. Vita somehow is able to walk away with so much. Despite all this util that gets utilized, doesn't matter. That Neon gonna be up into your face. Being able to find those kills. Vita all the way up at 7 now. Hasn't died once, neither has Zadger Payne. Well, NRGA Academy are struggling. Try and find a foot into the door here. Keep SAD Esports at bay, because once this ball gets rolling, they completely just dominate the site.
Smoke into the Prowler to confidently take most of the lane. As it dissipates, they'll disperse a bit. Feel pretty casually dominant against this round, which the buys are low. Sheriff in response. Great discipline by Giza to catch the one, and Paint again willingly the first to fall in exchange for the space. Renz seized, inevitably found, no damage done on the way. Nice dink by Ange, and Shondex with his own! The defense picking up some crucial picks, but still, Day has to come out fragging, and he sure does! Nightfall leaves him decayed, scared, out of the 1v1 against Welly for now. And as the spike gets picked up, he has that reset. No clue of how quickly he's made it around and still trying to psych him out. The deafening will fade away, as will the decay. Hayode looking for it, but Welly with the jump peek lets him stick it for free. Does he retake the fight? No, he'll go back into main. Force Hayode to come in, no clouds to his name, has to just win the one-on-one, and it's gotta be a headshot too. Through the sewer, Hayode,
full wraparound.
There in the back. Gotta stay so disciplined against this opening peek, and Welly knows it, but Heyo does too. Both these players have been in both sides of this position so many times before. Hayode going for the swing. No find on the first. You're running out of time, buddy. You gotta go find it. Haunt up, cleared. Second tap again. It's now on Welly, but he doesn't know. And he doesn't care. Waits it out for the second tap. And it's over disciplined. Welly wins it out. And the eco will indeed fall flat.
It's so good. I mean, when you look at Welly as a player, throughout the entirety of his career, has been so consistent at finding those moments, finding those clutches when the team needs him the most to be able to win things out. And you can see just the expertise of what's going on. Plays it so smart, goes for that full wraparound, doesn't overstay his welcome, doesn't go for any opportune moment to try and shut that one down. All the while, NRGA Academy, like their composition is built around fragging. Their composition is built around trying to take those duels, and yet simply SAD are just winning them out. And so a lot of that fragging potential, a lot of that utility to support it gets thrown in for nothing.
It was lost with these lower buys. Now that they have the guns, can they be the real Ooters? Double run it backs will make it so SAD do take the site, but still have a plan to get rid of. And still Lorenz right in their faces. Curveball to reset. Shondex finally found, and now the overdrive to clear away, but the slide is only a way to let the rest of SAD swing it. Now they commandingly have the site. 4v2 post plan. Ange already here. Hayode a ways away, and yet still he presses onward. No stars yet either. Just going this alone and dry. Sets one up quickly, Nebula to get the free pick on DeVito, watching from on high, turns it to a 2v3. And now has the help. Cloudburst to let the next swing go in, but Saj is watching staunch, now has help. The flash in is bad though from Pain, and it's gotta be on him to save the round.
God.
Luckily he does though, and yeah, I think he's shooting his own teammates for that one, because that had to be saved by him.
Oh my God. Sometimes, like, you know, you want to talk about how things kind of happen there, and there's nothing else to say besides that team flash almost lost them the round.
Flashed both of his teams.
Yeah, like, oh my goodness
what the
me.
hell is that, bro? Oh my God. Hey,
Yeah,
you gotta lock in, bro. They are crucifying you right now.
Hey man, this is just one of those days. No worries. My guy Payne will pull it back. Don't worry. Man, that is crazy. And on top of that too, like, you know, when you're talking about Ange as an individual player, right? Like, Ange is not afraid to take those opportunities, take those timings, try to go for one of those kills. That was so intelligent to place the star down, go for the wide swing, and then be able to back out of it. I mean, Ange is going to be your guy to make that one happen. But once again, it always just comes down to these initial duels, which NRG Academy's composition is really built around winning at least one of them. But the way that SAD have been playing it, going off of Vita's tip of the spear, Neon flying through, sliding across the ground, you just simply can't catch it. And all the while, the rest of the members of SAD Esports are following Vita up, making sure that they're going to secure the rest of the kills. And sure, team flash might happen here or there, but it doesn't matter because 5-0 now for SAD Esports. NRG Academy out of this timeout. Have 3 ultimates online, but no weaponry to back it up, besides Giza bringing in that Guardian. Heyode might go for the knives here. It's a different defensive setup this time. Giza gonna toss that out, but it will be that chamber exploring. Shondex going pretty far down onto C, and will have the jet support, but Heyode now gonna be backing off.
We can go as far as that trap wire as far as they're concerned for now. Gonna clock it, crack it, make sure that SAD have to watch their backs. Pop it, lock it, twist, and drop it. All right. Snake in a bee now. Unorthodox, but not unusual for SAD. Nice relay bolt to reset the fight. And again, against the eco, NRGA can't be the Ooters they're meant to be this round. Oh, now they'll just start duck hunting, yeah. Let's take A for free instead now, guys. Heyo has
nice
the
knives you have there.
Yeah, I mean, you could divide here. Ange plays well with it. It just doesn't feel worth. The odds are so stacked against you. Ooh. Okay. Again, that hot paint again. A little bit of an unfortunate angle, so Vita can't reset, but who's already done? Heyo's caught. Come on, wrap it up. There you go. So, yeah, it's still brazen. It's still brash. But especially against these weaker buys, SAD can just keep pointing at the scoreboard.
Yep. Just like, hey, no, y'all are making fun of us over here, but have you seen 6-0? Because I don't know, it's looking pretty good if you look at that scoreline right now. And right now, like, NRG are just like, how do we stop a tidal wave? Well, we don't know. It's just kind of washing over us every single time that they're like, okay, get the bucket. We're going to start bailing the water out of the boat. Boom, we get completely swept away by the rest of SAD Esports flooding in from all these different angles. They simply feel like a force of nature right now on this attack. And Heyode, wow, crazy headshot there onto Welly to at least get that punish. Shondex able to get one as well. This is the best round that SAD has had so far.
You cannot challenge Heyode with a scope. It doesn't miss. Everybody's hitting their angles this time. A lot of just simple 1-for-1 dry peeks from SAD this round. Everybody's a little ISO'd, unfortunately. Quickly a 2v5. And so it looks like the attacking clean streak may end here. I won't speak too soon. It just seems that way. That's all I'll say. Zaj with the trade. Payne gets the one. Shondex already here. Tracks it down, but doesn't make the shots. Payne in the 1v2. TP over to C site. That's going to get hurt by Ange, though. There's no way he checks it. The shot's again. Oh, he had some time. Thank God. Yeah, please. Please get something. Get around. Force this team to question itself just a little bit more. Because right now they were running scot-free for even that round way too long after the first blood and after those picks.
This is what we need to see coming out from the NRG Academy defense, right? Like, they have to be pushing forwards. They have to look for those shots. They have to look for the opportunities to find the members of SAD before they can even push it in. Because then you see immediately how much slower SAD Esports are when they've lost those initial members. But if we don't see that initial aggression, then it gives SAD the opportunity. It gives them that initial push to make sure that they can make that tidal wave attack happen. And now the Nightfall is going to happen. Giza under a lot of pressure here. It's going to be a tough one.
Very alone, and the relay bolt clears the hell peak that he ducks into as well, but now it'll get cleared, but rest of NRGA have this safe viewpoint. Heyode with this op. Once again, Universal on this site. Hot Hands does a good bit of stalling though, so they get the plant down with ease. 4v3 on the post, and the Neural Theft is gonna clock Heyode's perch up from heaven. Still, he goes for the dry op. Now the Cosmic Divide to cut down Welly, but still you have to enter, and the peak isn't good to start. Paint, clear in house, no flash required. And Heyo relegated to have to probably save, get pushed, get swung, and killed. Paint now has to run it back for the next round, and his mojo too.
Yeah, what were you saying about Paint a couple rounds ago?
He's 9-3-1. Hey guys, guess how many kills he got last game? As many as he has right now. He's so back. He's so back.
Oh man, damn. Oh, and the tech pause as well. What a way.
Only fair. Only fair.
You know, it happens, but still, once again, excellent pressure coming through from SAD Esports. They're doing such a good job at being able to push in and clear out their initial corners. The biggest issue that they're finding at the moment is Hayode with that operator. As long as they can kind of mitigate and run things around the jet, or at least make it so that they set up their smoke so they're able to close a lot more of that distance, then that jet operator doesn't make as much of an impact. And that makes things so much easier for SAD to be able to deal with. You see the rounds that Hayode doesn't get those initial picks, doesn't find those initial kills, then it's such an easy, clear road to success for SAD. But if Hayode gets online, is able to find them, then SAD get into a little bit more trouble. And so, looking at this tech pause here, NRGA Academy, their buy shouldn't be very solid coming into this next round. And in addition to that, though, they will at least have 3 ultimates online. I'm looking at Shondex coming through with the Chamber ult, you know, bring another sniper rifle onto the board. We gotta see Shondex have that step up to make sure that that Chamber is finding that value. But on the other side, Paint will have to run it back. And I imagine that that space will be a little bit more freely taken, given the fact that they can go off that Phoenix ult and allow Vita continue to push and take over all of that space that, honestly, Vita's been doing an excellent job at.
Yeah. With this weaker buy, yeah, you're not going to be sure if Shondex decides to use that Tour de Force until the barriers drop, but even then, right when they do, you can drop a smoke on either lane and just get some extra space until Paint gets a free push with the run it back. Seen SAD be able to take that space with just the Prowler a number of times. Again, a great way that Welly has adapted on this fade swap, which has done so much for this rematch. I can't overstate just how great of a fade Welly is playing at the moment, and has been really since he made the more committal swap from the Sova. Just like the haunt timings have been great. The seizes, I mean, he knows how to synergize with every single member of this team with that ability. I don't know how he does it. He just finds the timing every time.
That's one of those things, right, where like when you look at Welly of the past on that Sova all the time, everyone was like, this guy can shoot. Oh my goodness, it's crazy. But has really just stepped more into that support role. And like you said, it complements the playstyle of SAD Esports in these explosive pops that we see come through them. And it makes it so much more cleaner for them to happen. And honestly, you can be good individual, but if you can play for the team, it makes your team a lot more dominant.
Oh, yeah, I mean, just the easiest counter to a Tour de Force you can imagine. Run it back into the slide by Vito, way too much to pay attention to and fear. The rest of NRGA is not even close to this C site. It is as easy a take as you could ask for post-tech pause, and NRGA are left to just find what frags they can on the run back to an inevitable spike going boom. This defeat, this one round NRG got may just be a blip on what is a dominant half still by SAD. Giza, the backstab from the window here a little early to the party. Can the rest of NRGA do some damage? Welly turning his head. Crucial period of time here. Giza tracking the slide in from Vita, but that is as far as they'll get. 2 men still stay standing, and they got creds to spare. Go figure, it's 8-1.
What a difference that we're seeing these two teams come out on Haven with. I mean, the last time in that first half, on the same sides, mind you, against NRG Academy, SAD only found 5 rounds on their attack, while on that defense, NRG were able to scoop up 7. At this point, SAD have 8 now, while NRG have only been able to find 1, still looking for their options. None of them have gotten above 6 kills. Meanwhile, on SAD Esports' side, they're continuing to start to heat up there. Hayode has to give a little bit more respect there. Has that operator playing forwards, but immediately just shot down. Paint finding that kill so early on.
On the hip fire, man. He should not have won that. Hayode does not lose those, but Paint is just looking better now. Full spray into the lane and still finds only 1. SAD is once again quick on the trigger finger, and once again quickly on this C site, a virus, running back, instantly cleared. Paint's gonna keep on going, and the Hunter's Fury hunts down the rest of it. Paint just creeping on up, and there's just too much. It's overwhelming. Seaside's been abandoned in favor of the inevitable push into the high-low lower. 9-1, just out on the one now. It's an emergency for NRG Academy here on Haven.
It's not looking good for them right now. Being now potentially forced down into that lower bracket. Renz unfortunately uses the run it back and loses it almost immediately as the push in from Sad deny any of that space taken. It's so aggressive. You see there's a panic all coming out from Giza just to try and keep them on hold, just to try and force them back, but the damage is already done. And now NRG Academy 1-2-9. Guardians across the board except for Shondex. Still looking for those initial picks. Giza will be able to find that one. Giza finding two. It's gonna be yet another opportunity for them to get around.
It's locking in and head tapping, that's all it takes. And Giza's been doing that since the first minute of this match. Gonna get swarmed, inevitably taken down before he talks and finds paint too. Immeasurable value this round.
There's no way that this is how it happens again. Just somebody walks out there, finds a couple of
why
kills, and
wouldn't it
then
be, man?
the Sad's just like, oh, and
Look
now
at
we got
where
nothing.
Hayode is, man. Look at where he is. Did he jump over the trap? Did he updraft over it? What did he, I think he did. He updrafted over the trap wire.
Yep.
Oh,
I'm in your
man.
balls.
Both in. Zash creeps, try swings the cage, catches Ange. 2v3. It's still Guardians. It's still a pistol. It's still dead on attack. And I think it's still going to be C-Site. Yep.
Good old reliable, you know?
Hey, never fails. A trademark dealt with, so Zad just got to reposition here, no? I mean, he won't even that hard.
30
Hayode's
seconds
got to
left.
expect this, right? Come on. Please expect this. Oh, timing's better anyway, right? No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Okay, again, Shondex.
One enemy
Hit him
remains.
once. Oh my God.
Zaj.
Careful now.
Come on, dude. Hot hands just to keep him away. He doesn't even care about the second guy. He's not even
my
thinking about him.
goodness.
He's not even thinking about pain.
Oh, that's so good.
Jesus,
Last
man.
round in the half.
This is rough.
That honestly is just a momentum buster. Your mental will be shattered after that. I mean, we start with that opening where Giza's able to find those 3 kills. Makes it such a winnable scenario, and then just the 1-2 punch coming through from the last 2 members on the side of Sad Esports. Payne even going for the global TP. So NRG Academy, they don't hear anything, but they question themselves just for a second. And then it's all fun and games as Zaj is able to find all of the opportunities of the individual push in through things. Nanj now under a lot of pressure here is gonna go right into the smoke.
Goes Vita, supported by the comrades, have a whole bunch of sprays to just lock this down and just blindly fire in the overdrive into the Link presence that Shondex is occupying. He's down to 61 HP. The Blaze is gonna keep playing. A second longer, Payne just keeps on spraying, gets the free pick. They just know. There goes Payne, he's still going. Like a one-wheeled stallion, keep on galloping. Oh my God. Not a perfect half, but as close as you can get. Sad, it's 11-1. And so, okay, it might be appropriate to ask why they brought them here if they thought they could turn this around within a week. It was 13-2. Sad might make it 13-1.
Man, I mean, it might be one of those things, right? You look at it, you're like, oh, Evictix, they didn't even make it into the playoff bracket. We know we can beat Evictix. That makes sense. Hey, let's just take him there. I think we can play it better. And meanwhile, like, Sad has been that team that throughout this entire stage, while things looked a little shaky at first, they showed a lot of potential. And all of the pieces are really starting to lock in here on their very comfortable map pick right now. And sorry, not even their map pick, just a very comfortable map for Sad Esports. And you know all these other teams that are in the playoff bracket have to be watching this match and just be so aware of the dominance that Sad Esports' attack on Haven is. As we flip sides around, NRG Academy need to get 11 rounds to make it to 12. Well, Sad only need 2 to close out this series single-handedly in what was supposed to be a lot closer of a match.
Sticking around just long enough to get the pick in the hot hands doesn't keep him out of getting away. The rotation from C to A could have been so much quicker after the early defensive pressure was applied, but NRGA were still defaulting for too long. Quick drop by Welly, that's gutsy. Keys is gonna dump on that. And now comes the 4-man push from Spawn. Quadruple flank incoming. Shondex with the tuck. Still some bullets in the headhunter. Enough to find Pain and lock down the lane. 3-man from the sewer. Drive in with the slide. Ange locks it all down. And the pistol is going to be taken by NRGA. The long road has its first step conquered.
It all starts with that one round here. But you can see all the faces of Energy Academy. They all know just how much work they have cut out in front of them. If they want a chance to see that map number 3. Once again, this should have been an easy map for them. They know that they've beaten SAD here before, and yet this time around, well, they kept on doing the same thing on that defense. And SAD were more than happy to just keep on doing what was working for them on attack. Let's see how they approach the second round. We're going to be seeing that buy up. They have to go for broke here. Have to buy up as much as they can to find those opportunities. Be able to frag out while SAD the gamble stack onto the C site. All crosshairs locked in for that C long. Ren's be able to scoop up that ultimate orb. Vita's going to be the first person to spot something.
Beacon shot away by the 1. Stack still not sold. Vita staying tucked. Pain on the trap. Another dart launched. Chips Pain down to 25. Bounce will catch the rest of the pool.
Okay.
Good intuition. And that'll convince NRGA to turn. Shondex already wrapped all the way through B as well. That just might be a free site for the taking. Should be chilling here. Should be purely planned for spike explosion.
Oh, the timing there, Ange.
Could be bad. Barrels revealed, right? You saw that. Welly, buddy. You saw that. Come on. All right. Well, rest of them will just farm the orbs. And so Energy Academy will at the very least do better than their predecessors Evictix on this map. But still, this has to be one of the greatest attack halves we've seen in Haven's history if they want to pull this comeback off.
Man, Evictix just catching strays on stream today.
They played great, and SAD played so much better, and it might be the case again here once they get the guns. But for now, the winners have not been determined. NRGA, keep another breath. And they've had very good protocols to start off for this attack. They've done a very good job at using the minimal intel sources they have to maximize how much they know about the defensive setup. Question is, how long can you keep doing that? Because SAD can start positionally bluffing really easily. They almost did on a pistol.
I mean, this is the thing though, right? Like, that was before we had all rifles across the board. And so now that this is going to be the SAD buy up here, you know, they're going to be able to shoot back. They're going to have an opportunity really to close this one out. Ange, though, still uncontested. Welly going down first. NRG Academy have lead yet again. Hayode so deep in. Vita going down. And okay, Zaj able to at least trade one.
Running on to Shondex for the re-swing, so it's a 3v3 after all is said and done. Both sides getting a little antsy. But A is still taken after Hayode makes that distance and now has the hell peek. Gotta have plenty of time to regress. And is all the way back in spawn lobby, waiting to see if there's a flank. Not everybody's sold yet. Bingo should be called in a couple seconds, though. Blaze up to let them go in unscathed to graffiti. No one's planted there. He's tucked way back, flashing from Pain. Not immediately intercepted, but Zaj on his way to the ace to carry this out. Still, time is low. Zaj for the swing. Pain for the tap. Tries to bluff out Hayode on top of the well, and it's too much. NRGA can hold on to this round. 2 men standing, and things just got interesting.
Okay, oh, let's pump the brakes a little bit here, because yes, they are getting somewhat interesting, but I still think that there's a mountain of work that Energy Academy have to do if they want to pull their way back into it. I think that right now SAD are giving up a little bit too much space onto this defense, allowing Energy Academy to have a lot of those openings. You look back at all 3 of those rounds, and there's simply one just with space that Energy Academy are able to take. Shondex being the first to insert himself, whether or not it's Hayode going in this weird angle there. There's so much room that Energy Academy kind of get, and then SAD crumble under that pressure. So back down to a budget buy here. Bullets being exchanged, no kills found yet.
As the ammo is cleared and causes a couple reloads during the pack, Hayode gets a freebie, but has stayed inserted too long, and Pain creeping up the sewers, is able to trade that off. NRGA will relinquish that space in exchange for a Shondex insert once again, way into B and the C take. But Zaj, here with the wires, ready to try and get one on his way down, mayhaps. Spike will get stuck, curveball in, perfect timing on the flash. Renz lands the pick.
No way.
And no doubt guarantees this round for NRGA. Once again, the economic stifling is looking good. Pain will at least get this rifle, turn it to a 2v3. Paint with the Sheriff in hand, still has a curveball to his name. He can take some guns off, make the eco a little bit contentious, but still very tough to make this back, even against this slightly weaker post-plant comp. Renz looking pretty good right now. Curveball up, paint blinds both. Can't land the shots though. And it's another sour one. The box 1v1 against Angelo. Can't finish it. 10 HP. Keeping NRGA in the streak. Are you kidding?
Even Fade there is like, well, I'm blind. As soon as like his screen came back on, you can see the moment where he's like, I did what now? Oh my goodness, okay, let's play. And then immediately gets a headshot as well, but unfortunately not enough to be able to win out that round. And just coming out at the perfect timing to find that kill. And Energy Academy, they stay alive yet again. Sad though, still have a lot of buffer room to make this one work now. It might be a full out charge coming through onto that A site. Never mind. It's gonna be SAD Esports really slowing themselves down. Back onto this rifle by his Pain is watching up top onto the B site. Energy Academy looking like they want to posture towards this.
Joke's over.
That go as the run it back is procced. Zaj watching, Paranoia into intercept. A lot of time already wasted, but the hot hands is gonna force Zaj to step back even harder. Pain kept up on the gong, and now the entrance from Pain to try to sustain, but Pain may not even need the sustain. He is so good on his own. Now he has the help though, and Spike is stuck way deep too. Catastrophic place for NRGA to be stuck here. And Vito with this operator bot up again. They might have gotten their foot back on the script here, folks. It's Ange and Renz versus the world. 50 seconds to go. You could wrap, but you'd need a smoke to do it. Blaze is gonna have to suffice. The flash doesn't even go in. Zaj just sprays it through. On the verge of disrespectful, but honestly, this just kind of feels appropriate. After the kind of rounds we've seen hence, it was only a matter of time before SAD took the threat of 11 to the looming presence of 12. Ange tracking 2. 13 bullets left, uses the divide. Looking for the twofer on top of the Spike. Tough swing in, Pain alone, and manages to nail it. And keep a 7-round buffer for match point.
Man, that is tough there. The timing from SAD is perfect to just walk in there. You see immediately the double split coming through. They clear up both their sides. They're like, okay, we should be good. And then as soon as that happens, 2 people on the side of SAD Esports walk in from both the east and west entrance. And it's just perfectly timed that the kills come through perfectly. And yeah, just good stall coming through from Pain. Tosses out the Paranoia, make sure that it's a lot more difficult for Energy to get that timing, hence the separation of those agents, getting them caught out on an island. And now SAD 1 away from winning it out. It's going to be a very aggressive start here. Giza, okay, at least able to find Pain in the opening, but Shondex goes down too.
Trying to twist it into A site, but SAD's stack is here ready. And Pain again on the high ground. Hayode's not ready for it.
Oh no.
A TP up on those blocks is insane. This late in. So risky, so vulnerable when there's more than one there. But NRGA already pivoted. And they still have some space to work off of it. Now the neural theft though, that's gonna clock this and force NRGA to either stay static or just commit to a bit now. And they seem kind of torn on both sides. Ange behind the pack here, waiting to see if this 2-stack can go in. The recon dart shot out by Pain. Ready for the garage swing. Vito with this up, has to step into the smoke and C site. Slowly but surely taken, and as NRGA will make the creep up. Giza in the window. He has done so much with these peaks before, but Vita shuts it down again. And it's gonna be a 2v4 to save NRGA for the first of what would have to be so many times this game on the site that SAD has tried to keep the lease on this entire stage. When do they go? When does it happen? When the haunt is ready, when the overdrive is procced, in they go. First clear of the back, Sash taken care of quickly. Renz still playing keep away. Vita Trying to find the presence in the smoke as the overdrive dissipates. Now the op back out. Fast lane still active. Finds the dry peek on Arenz. Time running low and Edge cut short. Sad have enough. Way more than enough. 13-2 didn't scare you off against Evictix. How about a 13-5 against NRG Academy to send Sad to the winner's semis?
What started out as NRG Academy coming out swinging, showing that they were here ready to play, smiles across their faces, strategies ready to go on Fracture, and then Sad turned it around in what was a map that had blow for blow between those two teams. And then as soon as we swap onto Haven, absolute domination coming in from SAD Esports. They walk in onto that attack completely confident, and NRG Academy simply do not have any answers. It almost felt like NRG Academy were falling into the definition of insanity, which is to try the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. They weren't finding the kills necessary, and that allowed SAD to continue to explore things, build up a plethora of rounds to make sure that they had so much comfort room to be able to close out map number 2. And sure, their defensive half, you know, they put all their skill points into the attacking half on Haven. That's all good. They bought themselves more than enough grace to be able to shut down map number 2. So big congratulations to SAD Esports. I was expecting a lot closer of a matchup here, but oh man, did SAD bring it today.
For sure. No, it's definitely satisfying to see this same game plan, this same min-maxing go to town on a team that has that higher skill level and will have to fight their way through the lower bracket as NRG Academy is now stuck down there. A big jump up here coming coming from SAD Esports as they try to make their bid for the path to champions. And we'll get to chat with them in a moment. We got Shopify versus EGA after that. Don't go anywhere.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. Yeah, they're going blind! It's from Body!
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off. You'd imagine. But this spray through the smoke at least is going to guarantee one as X stands.
I apologize, that Esports. I was not familiar with your game. I mean, heading into the second map of the series, we had talked about, you know, this is NRGA's pick. They beat Sad here last time. We're looking at potentially this map number 3, and then a dominant attack half coming out from Sad Esports, 11-1 at a half, and just Vancilia, a game that was just, well, when is it going to be over, as opposed to like there was no question at that point, is what I'm trying to say. Like, that was a crazy way for Sad to put their mark on the series.
Yeah, if basically I was American right now, I'd be wearing shoes in my house and I'd be eating it by thinking that it was going to go guaranteed to a third map. With how NRGA Academy's like, Americans, I don't know why they wear shoes in the house. I don't know if you knew that, Dan Dryad, but I don't know, they do that sometimes. But that said, I definitely underestimated Sad Esports going to NRGA Academy's map here on Haven, just because of how good it looked in the past for NRGA Academy. But I think what was the biggest game changer as well is literally that little compositional change that I've mentioned before. Welly IGLing on a fade is very good to be able to activate the two duelists, especially on what I was mentioning before, how the fade could be really good for paint for the prowlers. But I think how it was utilized originally for pawns to throw into deep lines with with the neon wall to actually insert Vita at the same time, it really allowed for them to take full control of the map into like the mid-round defaulting that they like to do. And then when they needed to actually go for like very fast hits, then they scaled down towards the sewers, and their prowlers actually been used inside like the turtle smokes that's inside the A site. So right now, for anybody who's trying to like anchor up and playing different angles around the sites for like C and A, the prowlers just clear so much and use so much information from both paint and Vita that the defense has no choice but to play soft site, which makes the retakes even harder because everybody's playing on site and paint is just fully activated for the second map. So again, I think we understand, or at least I understand, why they've been so good and dominant on the attack side with this compositional change. And yeah, there's definitely a force to be reckoned with, where people will have to probably think twice into challenging Sad Esports on Haven again.
Yeah, you see how everything is playing out on those rounds when they're going for the side hits and how effective they were, thanks to that fade as well, which is crazy to say because for Welly, I love seeing him in the Sova. I think he's the best Sova that we have in tier 2 right now. But the fade and what it's able to provide for paint and for Vita was something that you could see in every single one of those rounds. When paint puts down the smokes, then you see the prowler as well, like Vance is saying, and then you see that fast reaction with the flash coming through from paint and Vita just going in and getting those kills. That's why in that first half, you see the kind of impact that both of these players have. Both of them in total getting 6 opening kills into that attacking side, and then just having such a massive advantage to work with that, yeah, even though they lost the pistol and the bonus into that second half, the lead was so massive. I mean, 11-1 in this map was everything they needed.
Yeah, it was just a question of when, not if, it really seemed like, and sure enough, a couple of rounds later, Sad Esports able to just like close out the map. But I mean, this attack has been so dominant, but of course we have to see the step up from some individuals as well, Vance, for that to be able to happen. And I love that we are able to see that. We praised the Sad Esports roster for being so aggressive and that compositional switch that you were talking about. And when you see a Sad Esports that is firing on all cylinders, I mean, it's a team that, I mean, frankly, just kind of looks unstoppable.
Yeah, again, it looks like they could do nothing wrong on the side of Haven. If it's the macro that was mentioned, that was quite nice for how they're activating and inserting players around the map with Welly's utility. It's also on how the players were just kind of feeling it in those moments. Remember that round where you throw the Haunt into sewers, they insert Vita into the bonus round against the defensive side of NRGA Academy, and yet somehow you're triple fighting against Vita down towards sewers with the Phoenix on top of that that's supposed to blind Vita, and he still wins all 3 fights. And was somehow able to isolate all 3 fights around such a small corner around sewers, and then just paint running it down through his blaze wall, and then just going left, right, center, popping heads nonstop. It's such a tough force to fight against when you're just not able to win those fights overall as a team here for the center of NRGA Academy.
it's a little bit of vengeance as well that SAD Esports is able to get. Yeah, I know that we talked about that last time that they played each other, but also that team that eliminated them and didn't allow them to move forward into playoffs going into stage 2 was NRGA Academy. So now they get that win. And I know that we also talked about consistency for a lot of these teams. SAD is a team that in stage 1 they were able to get that 3rd place, and now moving forward in playoffs, this is everything they needed, all those points, and also making it to the grand finals.
Yeah.
It's a good spot to be in for them, and the improvements, it's something that they've been showing, and they showed in this map of Haven especially.
And I think that's the most important thing to me when you talk about the improvements of the team, because we talk constantly of like the top teams that we have here who we kind of expect to be the front runners, but talk about like that upset potential and that anyone can win it. And to see the improvement from that round 3 into today, I think says it all for SAD Esports. But now it's time to talk to the team for a Phillips Norelco interview. We have Payne on the line, dive a little bit more into this past series that we've seen. Congratulations on this victory. I mean, last time you played up against NRGA, we saw this go to 3 maps. We saw the craziest comeback of all time from you guys to be able to take this victory. Now you close it out in 2 with like a dominant attack half. Like, what was the turnaround for that?
So the first time we matched up, we weren't really like playing like ourselves. We were like kind of like playing to like, we were like playing around them when we're the best when we play like ourselves. So basically, this matchup we just decided to just do our own stuff, you know, because we're the best when we play like ourselves.
I mean, the proof's in the pudding, that's for certain. And I want to talk when you guys see and you guys know what you're capable of when you play like yourselves. You see the map vetoes going into today. You see that you got to run back of the same 2 maps. Were you confident then that you could close it out in 2, knowing the improvements and the composition switch you played on Haven? Or was it kind of like when you got into the server, like even you guys a little surprised by this 11-1?
We were very confident. We prepped Haven really hard coming into this matchup, so we were very confident in letting them pick Haven.
And you talk about too, like you feel like the most confident when you're playing as yourselves, right? And I know you guys got some crazy shooters on the team. You guys got a very like confident and well-spoken IGL. For yourself, when you're playing like yourself, what is that to you? Like, what is Payne playing as himself?
Just like purely playing off like instincts and just playing around my teammates, just making sure I can trade well, you know, just having good comms, like dictating rounds, like just doing stuff like that, making plays around my util.
And I mean, now that you got this victory today, how do you feel going into the rest of playoffs? Like, where is your confidence? Because it definitely is a tough road ahead for everybody still trying to get that first place spot.
We're feeling very confident. This is definitely like a very big win. Like winning your first playoff match is definitely like a big plus. Like we have so much momentum now, and we're feeling great coming into our next match.
I'm so glad to hear, Payne. Congrats on this win today. Best of luck going forward, and thanks for chatting.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, it's definitely a win that they should be confident in. That, again, was such an incredible map number 2. Of course, we still have one more quarterfinal match before we're done with this first part of our playoffs. It's going to be SRB going up against EJ after the short break, so stay tuned.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Our final quarterfinalist match here, SRB going up against EGA. Fans, we have talked about those teams. We have high expectations for SRB being one of them, but of course, EGA has been glowing up. And of course, it's their opportunity today to take a win. I'm really excited to see how this final one's going to be playing out.
Still a very, very tough match for Evil Geniuses Academy today, I find, because when you're looking at the stage 3 with, you know, roster changes or how they've been rebuilding from the side of SRB, also bringing in Effie's and Odorous out from SRG, you're really seeing that it's completing the team, and it also elevates a lot of the players around the SRB roster. If you're looking at it, the only losses that they've suffered throughout this stage was against our current #1 team in stage number 3, which is M80. So outside of that, they've been quite consistent, quite good from the stage onwards, where, again, I don't think that they are in a position where they should falter against against EG Academy today.
I mean, I have to see what they'll be working on, because I feel like, too, there's always the two storylines we're looking at, right? Are these teams that are coming in that are not the big three going to take these upset wins? And how dominant can maybe these big three be, considering what is on the line for them, right? So for SRB, I'm definitely looking to see how they're going to take this victory today, if that is going to be in the cards. But looking over at the roster, I mean, there is a reason that is a team that we have a lot of expectations for. I mean, looking at the talent across the board, this has been a group of individuals, Dan, that from the get-go are so strong individually, and then together, especially with the coaching staff behind them, I've put in so much work. Like, they're a beast in the server.
This team has been incredible, and it's just a mix of that coaching staff, the support that they have, and also this mix of players that are incredible mechanically, but also just having so much knowledge of the game, both with the experience that you have from Xander and Nature, and also the tier 2 experience that you have from Smoke, Exa, and Satellite. They honestly have been really impressive throughout the year. The most consistent team that we've had in terms of both the lack of changes that they really needed to do, and also the results that they've got in getting second place in stage 1, stage 2, and then moving to stage 3, also getting those wins. Like Van said, the only loss that they got was against M80, who's the #1 team right now, and the one team to beat for them. But for Shopify Rebellion, it just feels like if it's not M80, every other match that they have, it should be easy for them.
That's why I wish I was flying the wall to see what's happening in like the SRB camp, to see what they've been working on from coaching staff to allow Nature to look so good, not only as an IGL, but also putting huge numbers for the team. So originally, when you're looking at this roster for SRB, and you're like, okay, well, the only player that they really kept from previous seasons was Exa, or they're just rebuilding through the prodigy of this player coming in from Korea, right? Or coming back here from Korea over to North America. So it's like, okay, well, maybe he's just going to be that star player. But then you realize, okay, well, the double duelist meta with the Yoru still being so good, they needed somebody like Smoke, because Smoke was just unstoppable on that agent as an op. But then as soon as that Yoru got nerfed, you start to see a little bit of struggles and pain points around what you can really do around Smoke. And then now it's just a bunch of work that you're starting to see more roles coming out from Smoke, where, you know, he's gonna not only be op crutch, but also can leverage the jet utility and the jet kit to be able to create space for the team. So again, a lot of work has been put into the play style here of SRB so far, and I think they've done an excellent job here. I just wish I was there to just breathe the air that they're breathing, to figure out how the hell they figured out the recipe. I want Nature's Musk is what I'm trying to say.
Thanks for clarifying, Vans. I'm really glad you cleared that up. So we fully understood what you're putting down here. I mean, we'll Nature, for your sake, we'll move this conversation along. We'll talk about the opponents on the opposing end and talk about Evil Geniuses Academy. I mean, as we said, to take down a team like SRB is definitely going to be a tall task, but Evil Geniuses Academy, I love that even, Dan, if this is going to be a smidge of a mix-up of players and, of course, changes that we've seen coming into this split, specifically Darkest coming in for IGL lane, there's going to be a couple of growing pains, right? But I'd love to see how people have come together. And again, when you look at the legacy talent like Jakey and B-Dog, you look like someone Darkest to lead the squad. Like, I feel like the team has the pieces on paper. It's just showing up in the server together.
If you have been watching Challengers for the past year, 2 years, it feels like you recognize every single one of these players and how good they have been. They just have been missing just that one win that matters the most. And with this year, with the changes as well, it feels like they have a lot of potential. But again, they do have a pretty tough opponent. But what I want to say that is the most interesting about this EG Academy team is what they have been playing. Everybody has been going for their different approaches. Some teams still willing to play this double duelist composition, playing a lot of the Phoenix, still playing a lot of the Neon. But for them, they're relying on those individual strengths, and that is B-Dog on the Jet. B-Dog, we've known for playing Jet for forever, and he now has a chance to continue playing the Jet pretty much every single map, has been doing so, and has been getting the wins that way. It definitely did cost them quite some time, just losing 3 times and barely making it to playoffs, but you see the impact that he has, and it just makes sense why they want to force him on this Jet so much. He has played 297 games of Jet, and the next most played agent is Omen. That doesn't even get to 200, so it's just a massive difference of how comfortable he's on the Jet compared to everything else that we've seen in the past few years, and it feels like just with that strength, it could be enough to put them into a pretty beneficial situation against an opponent that should be the favorite.
I almost feel like B-Dog for me is almost like a Koala Noob, for example, as well, where if you don't see Koala Noob playing a Jet, then he's going to play what? An Omen, for example, until he got into Furia and then started working a little bit of like that second duelist as a Phoenix or whatnot, right? Where as B-Dog, you know that you're going to get good results or the best results out of this duelist if you put him on that Jet, just like Koala Noob in my eyes. So now it comes down to Coach Data and also for Darkness as the IGL, how do you build around that? Which is why it's fun to see some of the approaches that they have around certain maps as well. For example, even playing deadlocks or whatnot. So it's not only on strengths of players by just having B-Dog playing Jet solo, but it's also trying to figure out for the rest of the team around there. They have to be the Swiss Army knives to figure out how they could really leave B-Dog in his most comfortable position or in the most comfortable way to play and approach the game so that they could also get their own value around controlling the map on different agents.
I mean, I commend him too for being able to pick up such a variety of roles over his years, like as a player. I feel like it's so impressive, but to be able to see him back on the Jet is definitely my favorite. But I think where that conversation is interesting, looking at our Phillips Norelco head-to-head, is the flexibility coming out from both of these duelists, right? Especially too, when Smoke was integrated into the Challenger scene, he was picking up the duelist role for the first time full-time for the team, right? And now is kind of just like what we know him for, what we've seen him for, but we got to see the Senti before in the past. And then for B-Dog to take such a long break from mainly going for that Jet Dan, instead to play literally anything else his team needed, into now reprising this Jet. Like, both players shown that they can really just do a variety of things, but I'm excited to see the Jet in particular head-to-head.
Absolutely. I mean, that is what we want to see here. We've seen it a lot from B-Dog and for Smoke. We definitely seen it a good amount, but it feels like at least for this stage, he's been willing to switch it up a little bit more. That's just what the team wants to do in terms of how they want to build those compositions and how they want to set up those games. So I really do want to see that Jet head-to-head. I still remember, I feel like it's been 3 years since B-Dog, we knew him for playing that Jet, pretty much only playing the Jet, and one time he was playing, I think it was the Brimstone or something like that. We were all shocked about that. So then he went into a little arc of becoming more flexible, play other things as the other teams needed, but he's taking advantage of the meta right now and how much he can get away with the Jet. So yeah, any head-to-head that we have between these Jets, I think would be ideal, and I hope the map will leans towards that.
Fingers crossed, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Let's see that. But talking about that map pool for today's series, that will be the interesting point. I would love to see that Jet head-to-head, but as we said, there is flexibility within these players and what they could play. And, you know, we're seeing a map like, you know, might have to see that one a little bit more. This one's picked up by SRB, and my worries instantly go to EGA's side, because last time we saw them here in Challengers fans, it was tough.
Yeah,
is, I think, the best way to put it.
Not only tough, but also just a comfortable map as well for SRB. So definitely for them to be able to lead that through, it's for them for EG Academy side to say, okay, well, we gotta come up with something new, and we think it's gonna work quite well against SRB, mainly just around being able to take down the comfort picks on the side of SRB. I forgot to add that extra point here, as Dan Dry was mentioning, EG Academy, they like to play their strengths and comforts, but I think for SRB, it's very similar as well, because if you're looking at the approach, Smoke is very similar, right? He's going to play a lot of Jet, or maybe once in a blue moon some Waylay, but mainly with the current meta, you're just going to stick him on Jet. So if you're going to play other maps like here on Lotus, for example, where it's a raised map, Split, that's also a raised map, you might give that responsibility over to Satellite so that Smoke could just play the Chamber. Chamber will be offing. And then who else is going to be good at playing a Chamber, for example, is moves when he was playing with Winthrop University in the past. So if EG wants to come up to play with like a whole chamber v chamber type of matchup, then they actually are able to get that. If not, they also still have a great should have a great plan to just be able to easily push smoke around like aggressive areas on defensive side, especially if SRB are starting off on defense, and get like some early mound control and work the map around that. You're starting to see as well on Lotus, a lot of teams are prioritizing on defense to take a lot of like mound slash front B control, so you can have very fast rotates between all of the sites instead of going for full flanks or full rotates through spawns. Getting the rotational door control is super important these days on being able to play faster retakes here for teams.
I mean, our match is almost ready. Before we hop into it, quick little look at our predictions. I feel like we set the stakes pretty clearly in this one. SRB, definitely more so going to be the favorites, but I will always root for the underdog, for the B-dog in all of it. So, you know, it would be fun. I think it's pretty clear that SRB are definitely looking to try and dominate the series, though. But hey, you never know. But getting into it, I mean, anticipating some sort of switch ups, and Dan, it'll be on the side of EGA. We haven't seen them here in a while, but this is a lot to be switching up.
Yeah, they played that week 1, and like you said before, it didn't really go their way. NRGA Academy got that win 13-4, and this time around, it changes, I think, more than we could have expected. They were playing a little bit more of that standard composition going into this map, and now they're going for a breach. I feel like we've seen a lot of interesting things here. Yesterday, we got to see a harbor as well, though some teams have been willing to experiment, but the breach is not one that I'm definitely used to, Vance.
Nah, me neither. I don't think this is good. I think SRB is going to be in a pretty good spot right now as well. I think the plus side for Evil Geniuses Academy is that at least they're able to play moves on a Viper as well. That's going to help for them to like slow things down a bit. If the first initial contact of, you know, fault line, take control with B-Dog to push smoke away from a line doesn't work out, at least they have you know, a plan B to work a little bit more slower on the map and reactivate later on once the fault line comes back on later in the round. So I think it's good, at least in terms of the approach, but I don't know if it's good enough here to really topple down SRB this matchup.
Hey, I mean, maybe you don't like the comp, but I will never forget the days of attack, breach, darkest on Ava.
You're crazy for that. You're crazy for that.
Yeah, I don't know. We're going to go. I don't know. It's time to hop into the game and see how this composition swap is going to work. Lotus is ready to let go. Send it over to your casters. Back over to Marks and Teneric.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Final match of this first round of the playoffs. Shopify Rebellion Black have yet to drop a map to a team that isn't M80 this stage. But EG Academy have some tricks up their sleeve on this Lotus that they're returning to after a long hiatus. Now, I am a breach hater, Marcus. I'm a breach hater. I hate him. I hate him so much.
Oh, boy.
But Darkest on breach, I'll fight all of you right now.
Oh,
that is
boy.
my GOAT. He's about to run this attack half, brother.
I was like, where's this narrative going? And then it completely changed on its head halfway through what you were talking, and I'm like, I don't even know how to follow the script. That's okay. We're gonna see how this one goes. And yeah, these changes, little interesting. Can't say I'm the biggest fan of the breach either, but already they're going head to head in a fight.
Already to slide in from B-God. He went electric in the previous series to get them to this seeding. But Xander with the quick refrag chase down makes it so Shopify are able to hold on to the momentum for now. EGA with the quick potential to pivot. Trademark's going to be watching this B door, though, as is the person who put it down. Smoke trying to get a handle on being that consistent operator holder. A lot of noise made. Xander not with the right click. Moves, gets the re-peek and wins that C site under their control. Nature staunchly watching, able to deal with the remainder of the health pool for Darkest, but moves once again further up, reveals the head. No flick available, and Moves is up for 3 this round. Smoke in the 1v2. Moves down to 39 HP. Recoil with this Sheriff. And the swing out timing could be perfect for Moves as Smoke slowly makes his way up, trying to save time for the rendezvous potential. Finds the peek up on Moves' head. Recoil. Gonna slowly crawl it. Timing is crucial here, and it's gonna be found. Oh, Smoke, the turn is perfect till the head pixel's given, but not the swing after he rises to the occasion. And EG Academy will take the pistol.
Yeah, a bit of a scrappy around there. Moves honestly really bailing them out. You see that the intention for EG Academy is like, hey, we got all the space, but actually maybe not. Let's back out of here. And then the fact that Moves is able to make it even further more or less cements that that plant could go down there. And then Smoke honestly giving it the best shot that he can to try and turn that one around, but it's simply not enough. A very fast and rambunctious round coming out from EG Academy. Now everyone was praising B-Dog specifically on that Jet, but this time is on that Neon. Has a lot of practice on that agent as well. Nature gets spotted out here, so be under a little bit of pressure, but Smoke always going to be good for that opening. And that's one of his highlights. Always playing the scope, always playing those long angles. Smoke is going to be good for it, especially on a map like Lotus.
Now EGA will try to dig their heels deeper into this, actually. There is a nasty peek waiting for the dry swing. Darkest cleared away. Jakey goes for it with the Vandal and catches Xander unpunished. So it's a 2-for-1 at the end of the day. Moves with the creep up, catches Smoke, who's rotated back over to the steps, and that'll enable the pivot over to A site. Gotta shout out that flashpoint haunt combination that was used early on in the default. I imagine that's not the last time we'll see it be used for EG to gain rubble space early. But on this follow-up, that is still kind of vulnerable, especially with Exa with this Outlaw. EGA gotta remain trepidatious as they'll stick the plan. Smoke
good
for the
paranoia.
first in. Yeah, X's got a GTFO. Re-up after the haunt's gone. And they'll stuck down into the stairs. Starting to fade more into a question of how many bodies you can take rather than if you can take the round as a whole. Toxic Orb will prevent the peak from rubble, but EGA knows that. Sees into the paint shells, barely dodged there by Moobs, who's on a crumb of HP. Exa swinging in with the Outlaw, will get 2 with the pistol in tow, and Shopify swing and clear it! They've taken the anti-eco!
Oh boy, yeah, there should be just enough time there for Exa to be able to get that defuse. It gets a little bit close, but the slow creep up coming through. One of the things that I was watching with Satellite still had the paint shells the entire time. You know, you saw the initial fight happen. You expected paint shells to get tossed out, but no. Satellite holds on to it the entire time, allowing for that util to be available. And as soon as you see the paint shells fly through, that's the go signal for Shopify Rebellion Black. They get just that additional little bit of space, make sure they can find that individual pick and then fly through and close the distance. And this is what you would expect out of that squad. The other side, though, Moobs has been doing so much to be able to play, be that anchor player, be that single lurker to try and get so much space. Also being able to win some of those crucial fights. Last time being able to find Smoke pretty early on in the round, mitigate a lot of that damage. B-Dog sliding in with the right click into Exa.
This is nasty from B-Dog, who can now hold down one end, but the rest of Shopify has this pretty easily. Wrong way, buddy. And B-Dog's, yeah, just gonna toss a gun to force Smoke to probably stay on this Outlaw another round, but that's as far as EGA you'll get. Shopify able to lock this round down pretty easily and get the ball rolling on this defense. No surprise that they're the favorite entering this series. They have been masterful, even against their arch rivals in the 1 seed. Most bracket pick'ems expect those Stage 2 finalists to have their rematch in the winners finals. And Shopify, with that buffer of points they get by making it that far, would put them and M80 in a league of their own, guaranteeing one of them for play-ins. Still, long ways to go from here, and though NRG Academy made for an easy meal for Shopify, this Academy team with a more cerebral core, more developmental prospects after the double pickup coming into this stage could pose a very different kind of challenge after the prep time that they've had. Still, it'll have to come now after the bye was left wanting.
Gonna point out there, B-Dog, when drinking his water, didn't just drink his water. He switched it around a little bit, did a little splish before actually drinking it down. All the meanwhile, like, the rounds are sticking down. I mean, it's just like, oh, okay. Plenty of time. And now, SRB. I don't drink water like that. Do you drink water like that? SRB, up 2-1. Satellite as well, now getting 2 away from having the showstopper online. Did an excellent job at finding those kills. Nature as well finds that early kill while B-Dog was just running things through. Jakey, though, trying to make up for that presence.
Hacking down the sprint. That's dastardly stuff. Lurk attempt from Moobs. This is expected by Exit, but not one. And so EGA have mad options now, despite being even on personnel. Outlaw from Smoke only one-shots Jakey at the moment.
Oops. Feeling so clean with it. Needs a fan on to keep him cool throughout all of it. But it's just so consistent.
Pay attention to the game, bro. It's eyes are
Can't
up
be
here,
sweating
man.
over
Come
here.
on.
But no, Moves is one of those players who's always just gonna be good for those individual kills. Last year was on Winthrop University, almost basically just playing the chamber towards the end of the year and being able to just have so much individual strength at finding those kills and making sure the wins can happen just simply because of his impact. It does seem like EGA want to utilize some of that specialness. To flood in onto the C site, should be able to get the spike down now.
A lot of responsive util available. That Pain Shells is in the perfect spot. And though the pit is up, Xander is in, and EG is down. A 3K for the Omen, and he's just gonna keep going. Force the space. EGA's burnt on time anyway, surely. Recoil in the 1v2, and Smoke's got that Outlaw ready for it. Xander was just there waiting, and there was no clearance up until everything started coming in. There was so much util available to stop that push.
I like as well how the dust called out, you know, Nature being so good with utility, being able to spot that. Like, look at that, Xander has perfect sight line. The hunt is so well coordinated. And Xander as well, being one of those players who brings in so much experience. And like, when Xander just decides, hey, you know what, we got to get in here, we got to find that win, is not afraid to take those aggressive fights and always will be able to win that one out. Unless against M80, who we've talked about exhaustively, so I'm not going to bring that one back up. But all of these players on Shopify Rebellion Black are not afraid to go in for the fight because they have a certain level of confidence that they're either A, going to be able to win them out, or buy that additional space for the rest of the team to be able to swing off of it. And once again, the util, making sure that it's working very much in conjunction, is something that we see round after round from the Shopify Rebellion Black squad. And so this will force the timeout here because, yeah, sure, that's only 3 rounds, but it was still looking very much like Shopify Rebellion Black are in the driver's seat of every single one of these rounds, while EG Academy are just scraping by, looking for the opportunities that that basically are given to them.
Very commanding start. Definitely called for the timeout this early on.
There.
Split push to start for EGA now. Smoke securely still with that Outlaw this round. And will get inserted with the help of Xander, making some mayhem. There he goes. Freebie for 1, looks for the second, can't track it all the way down. But Mound is no doubt a no-go for EGA. They'll try the rubble swing, which they've not really tested just yet. But the smoke up, Satellite will get blocked away, and so a little more confidence for the attackers to press on, especially now with everybody here. Presence from Blue as the baby door's cracked open. Prowler's gonna start searching. First one won't find anything. Nature now without. As the C's left, moves, staying topped up to get exit, but will quickly get punished by Satellite in an instant. Prowler catching the boombot holder. Xander with the quick frag on top, and Satellite's just gonna let the showstopper go on top of the plant. And it's already a done deal. Recoil barely gonna be able to even contest this, as Satellite will do all of the talking for him. Recoil able to at least frag that, but there's a reason Xander's standing and waiting, because he can just frag that back again. And no looming threat this round on the Eco. EG reset again. Next opportunity has to be a doozy of one.
Yep, let's see what they can pull out of this next rifle round here, but once again, just coordination of utility looks sublime from Shopify Rebellion Black, even just playing off of one another, understanding where all these players are. Like, you see Smoke just pop out there and get a kill for free, basically. And that's just because of a good paranoia coming out from Xander, playing off the information. No one is watching Smoke at all. And then on the other side as well, you see the just coordination coming out. Satellite making sure to be able to handle that aggression that Moobs is known for, being able to find that kill. And yet still Moobs being the saving hope for EG Academy. Is so good with that opening, but what more can you ask from this guy? This is such a difficult round to play into, and still EG Academy are relying on Moobs to be able to find those kills and find the door opening for the round.
Colors early used to dissuade moves, but some good space made by EG's other stacks. Some good intimidation that'll force out a defensive smoke by Xander, but the re-up with this toxic orb will make his OC is really tough to press into unless you got everybody. And Moobs being so far back and already with the Prowlers in, for all he knows, is completely trapped. Conflict of interest on both sides, but EGA are gonna have to rock with it. Snakebite ready to go once this entrance is fully realized, and it's not just that. After the Prowlers traded away, Moobs will be found eventually, and Smoke no longer needs to hang out here. Now can bring that tour de force to C site where the push will finally come through. Snakebite on top, the B-Dog has been able to slide in and now gets the pick onto Exa right after Jakey still traded away on the way down. Still, it's a tough site to make it all the way into, and it might be a site they can't even make it onto. Smoke holding the high ground as well, and in an instant it's down to Darkest. Keep this up firing, and Shopify just look invincible at the moment.
Yeah, no signs of slowing down, and you can see that they read the breach ult from Darkest so well. You see the lining up happen, you know EG Academy are gonna spring onto it, and they just simply sidestep it. X is well able to find one kill before being taken down himself, and it's all down to Smoke, just with that tour de force, being able to walk in, find his ones, and then find another. And at that point, Nature didn't even need to be there for the kills or use any of that utility, because Smoke is just gonna be good with it. And just like that, SRB, 5-1, B-Dog charging in here. Gonna use that overdrive, look for a kill.
He's catches him, not all the way though, and B-Dog, no, he's stuck! He can't go any farther with this overdrive. It's gonna fully deplete before EG can do anything. They have to try to burst onto this less occupied A site, but Smoke still has this operator, and he's gonna get one for it. Double high ground peak, that's cheeky, ain't it? Now Smoke on the drop, and he gets another! Nobody can even touch him! Nobody can touch any of these sites! It is a full-blown blockade, a fully not flawless, as Moobs gets the one, but Smoke is on a tear, as is Shopify. It's 6-1 on the D.
They talked about it on the desk, but this was the reason they brought Smoke onto the roster. After SRB lost to Core in Stage 1 finals at the hand of Smoke, who was playing that operator to a T on that double duelist composition back in the day. Well, hey, can't beat him, get him to join. And it took a little bit of time, as the desk was saying, with the adjustments, with the nerfs going on, with the changes to the meta. And yet still, when Smoke has that opportunity to play these long-range sniper rifles and is feeling it, oh my goodness, what an impact he has on these games. And now it's gonna be a barrage out rumble, and Xander still good for one.
Masterful haunt by Nature to let Shopify know that everyone is here. Bingo not called yet, but Shopify has a good idea, and who cares? Smoke doesn't have to do a thing. Shopify just fires into the fray and catches another free round. EGA sent back to an eco in an instant once more.
Second guessing, you can see it come through from Evil Genius's Academy. Yeah, Recoil doing a good job with that Nightfall. You know, the Haunt coming in as well, tagging up so many people, gets those terror trails online, and yet still not able to find anything. They walk into, past the smoke, mind you, into just SRB just mowing him down with bullets. It almost looks not even fair here. As the util dump happens yet again, Moob's gonna be walking up, Sheriff in hand, trying to find something. And yet SRB, they just simply dump it and then immediately go into their protocol.
Rubble a little more decisively. Shopify having to keep their hands a little more tied. Playing patiently to make sure that they can get the easy ISOs on top of these worst guns. Xander is way up at the moment. This is not red. Jake is gonna peek it. Oh no, he's not fully! And Xander has the better angle. Now the paranoia in response. The slide is still good from B-Dog, but Smoke is up on top of this. And now comes Shopify Rebellion. You're not even gonna get to the main entrances at this point. Moves though. Lurk unaccounted for. The free 2K gets easy access to the B site. Pinch in from Exa though is in time. And the reign of terror only lasts a couple seconds. Shopify take us right back to the status quo, which is them winning hard. It's 8-1.
And did you see? Oh my goodness me, that's so good. Like immediately, Shopify Rebellion Black, they dump a couple pieces of util. Immediately you see the rotations happening around. And what this does is it forces Evil Geniuses Academy to spend some of their very expensive Initiator util to try and clear a lot of free space. And yeah, sure, they clear it, but there's nobody home. And they haven't even made their way all the way up A. And then this repositioning around, like, you see EG expecting the rest of them on that A site, but no, they've already rotated around, and they're running at you. Evil Geniuses Academy really struggling here. Goodbye, B-Dog. Smoke once again finding craziness.
Xander does die to that with the shorty, but Smoke is not done! Finishes Jake's health pool, and he's still kicking! X is here too, and Shopify make it back within an instant. Oh my god! What? Smoke can fire anywhere he wants to, and he'll get the frags. But the rest of the team there to support. Oh my god, the relay bolt and the flash coming in his face. And he still finds B-Dog on the entry. And then Xander can't finish off Jakey, but Smoke can with the wall bang. It's cartoonish, man.
I'm sorry, but look at the scoreline for EG Academy. Like, Moobs genuinely is trying his best out there, and it's kind of crazy. Like, even when these rounds look so one-sided for Shopify Rebellion Black, somehow Moobs finds 1 or 2 kills and now has that Viper Spit available. Still, couple rounds left in this half here. Evil Geniuses Academy have to make something happen if they want a round, or honestly a shot at getting back into this map. Once again, SRB just feel like they've been masterclassing them on individual performance, but overall macro as well. Just such a good understanding of how to play him. As Xander gets that initial contact there, but it's a lot more patient this time from EGA.
Cover going out.
Not as much committed. Bot line can get refreshed in a little while, but EG might not have the time. They have to just go with this, knowing Xander's kind of alone. The paranoia is once again perfect, and B-Dog takes the long way up, so he can't trade it out. Not even against that, and Satellite back in. The boom bot plus the showstopper clears out the stage. Now on the river, that's the only presence EG has, and they do have the Rolling Thunder to at least make some more presence, but even still, it's an attempted lockout from such a concentrated, congested space. And with Shopify on the way back, the real fight has just begun. Jakey turns back, Smoke now stands alone. And the op, giving away his position, lets an easy plant go the way of EGA. Now having to pick this rifle back up, Prowler's not gonna fully sense him, but no doubt of where he could be. Watching for the wrap, it'll have to be a flick back. Coil, watched, not killed, and EGA will get at least 1 more on the board this half after they're able to finally blister their way onto the C site. That's breach value, baby! That's my breach, goat!
There it is. I mean, once again, using the breach here, it has to be so like, we are popping into the site and we have to make this one work. We need to know where they are so that we can bonk them and then we can kill them, right? Like, that is the only strategy. That's the reason why you're bringing that breach. And still, SRB have just been icing them out of the sites, making sure that EG Academy, they can't utilize that util in the way that they want. Smoke with the double scope in hand now. Last round in this half here, Satellite starting out with the kill on the moves.
Oh, come on! It's just not fair! Yeah, pull out the op that'll get you the better hip fire, and then he pulls out the tour de force. They can't trust the cooldown because they know he has both.
Yep.
And then the pit set up on C main. Oh my god, it's disgusting. You still gotta win it, and Jakey is all the way back in B site. Yeah, they're watching for it, but they still won't win the fight. Satellite, the pain shell's out, he still wins that. Has to turn back again, but Exa has the backstab. Not the reset against Recoil, but the 1v3, and Smoke is watching it. 10-2 on the defense. Shopify came into this playoff bracket, guns a-blazing.
Oh, I don't think I have ever seen, in my career of casting challengers, someone on Chamber bring an operator out with the tour de force to cycle the cooldowns a little bit more efficiently.
Really, like truly genius.
Listen, the rich get
he's
richer,
upping
am I
on
right?
another level, bro. Like, he's ascended at this point in that discipline specifically. I fear not the one man who has shot 1,000 guns, but the one man who has sniped 1,000 times.
Yeah. Oh Lord. Okay, SRB up 10-2 now. Things are looking dire if you're EG Academy, but once again, this is Shopify Rebellion's map pick. We were all surprised that EGA decided to let this one through, given how previous history had gone onto this map. Let's see if they can show us something different here onto their defense and start to bring things back. I think at this point, it might be a little bit of a wash, but still, you want to give it an honest effort and make sure that you've got that momentum to take you into map number 2 split. If you're able to make this a lot closer, that would be an amazing way to go out.
Shadows traveling.
See what Shopify know they already have to do on this attack half, drain the well util. They've been able to cycle the smokes on C while still forcing the breach util to be more committal towards A. Now they can pretty safely go for this majority B push.
Teleport's ready.
Maybe he's been broken, so recoil can turn onto this pretty quick, throw a C's in there, but the timing gonna be big. Exa, hot shots. There's the entry onto B. 2 watching it. Paint shells are going to thwart that blue presence, and so they have the B site. First tap on the spike, though, and Nature's just going to dip and dive in. Clears all the room and gets the kill on top of it, too. Now the Prowler to search for more, and it'll eventually find B-Dog, but Darkest has not been spotted. That close tuck might befall EG. Jakey on the refresh smokes of his own on top of Link, too. Now the fault line to try to stop Smoke. He's still TPing away from this into the stun. Big brain play on the breach. That's my goat. There he goes. Okay, Satellite clears him with the Sheriff. But around comes B-Dog for the Snake. 3v3 on this post plant. Still some time that EGA has to work with, but not too much. Jakey just running it down, but Nature swinging both moves on the lurk back. Both on low HP, but Nature getting the 4K to end the pistol in SRB's favor.
And we talked about how Nature has been really heating it up, and that was something I wanted to highlight as well. There have been so many games where we've seen SRB, once again, all these players definitely fragging out, but Nature bringing that tier 1 experience. I feel like a broken record with what I said about Xander, but Nature as well is always going to be good for it. Like, you wouldn't expect him to be in a lot of those fragging positions, mostly playing that initiator, and he does an excellent job at setting up the teammates to be able to find those kills. But when push comes to shove and Nature's back is against the wall, yeah, he always is going to deliver. And that's exactly one of those rounds where that happens. Smoke already taking recoil down.
Buying into this, and B-Dog with a good Marshall shot, but Smoke! Smoke. Just does it all. And now the insert onto Xander while he can rotate with the spike, and then X is lurked all the way up through the beast steps. He has CT! This is disgraceful. And against a relative force by EGA is gonna be left in dire ass straight Smoke! Come on, give him an ace. Come on, a little casual. Nah. Okay, all right, I see it. I get we want to win. I get it, whatever.
Yeah, now 12-2, and Smoke has been delivering. I mean, one of the things that really makes or break Shopify Rebellion Black, specifically in those M80 matches, is when Smoke's not able to get as much value as he does, because it's these types of maps where it almost feels like you get the map for free just by having Smoke on your team. It's not even about like, hey, we got the macro, hey, we got all of this type of stuff. Smoke can just pop around the corner and is able to find those opening kills round after round, and is still good with the rifle in the mid-range. And that is such a scary prospect to be dealing with. Almost finds B-Dog already, but B-Dog able to skate out of the way of that one.
Look at the monetary sacrifice EG is making on game point with a save round. 3 heavy armor investments solely to trip up this outlaw. And they'll stick him in the 1-4. Shopify don't even need him. You can just push up on a C mound. Scare away moves.
Bring them down.
And you can't justify any more aggression than what EGA's already done. But if they pivot onto the right side, then EGA has to rotate so much heavier. Okay, good step back here from Recoil early on into the waterfall. Has an idea. Prowler's got to confirm this, right? They're not rotating very quickly to it. They're not ready. They think it could be a bluff. The Fade's the only one still sold. For all they know, it could be just the one. But in they go. Satellites crept in first. Vulnerable moves, catches the one. High ground is eventually turned into a kill by Xander, and he's still up there with the high-low. Shopify have the river presence, but nothing more. And the rest of EGA is here. It's a 3v3 with lesser guns. This being that bonus, that flashpoint plus some spraying is gonna scare away everything other than the spike plant, but not Smoke!
My.
Double shot! Putting that extra pep in your step, and it's a 13-2 on Lotus. Smoke with a 23 bomb in 15 rounds flat to take this 2 seed sky high in opening day.
That is a very quick and clean map coming out from Shopify Rebellion Black. I mean, listen, we know that these guys are coming into play. You know that they want to take it all the way to the end here in stage 1. And I feel like this conversation around this map might be a little bit too harsh on Darkest with that Breach pick. Sure, the Breach didn't necessarily get as much value as you would have wanted from the composition to be in that brawly mode. But at the end of the day, I just think it comes down to the expertise being brought in by Shopify Rebellion Black. All of the players were shooting so well on the team. They're not afraid to take those angles. They're not afraid to take those fights. And Smoke is just rocking out there with the sniper rifle and still able to kill everybody. You said it yourself. They bought heavy armor to mitigate that, and still Smoke is able to walk away with like 3 kills on the round. So I guess that strategy didn't work, but excellent stuff coming out from Shopify.
Exactly what we expected from the caliber that Shopify should have reached by this point in the season. They are ready to take on VCT. They want to prove that all the way through this bracket. If they make it look effortless now, they've got a damn good start. Splits up next. We'll be right back.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. You have to go in blind, and it's an extra body.
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off you'd imagine. The spray through the smoke at least is going to guarantee one as Exa stands.
A blink and you miss it sort of game heading into the very first map of the series. I mean, look, SRB, this was their map pick. EGA, as of the last few rounds, have been first banning this out. It was kind of just like the perfect recipe for disaster heading into this. 13-2 is going to be the final score to get done with the very first map. I mean, sometimes that's just how it goes. That's just how it goes.
I felt like I blinked and I haven't missed anything, actually. Again, I think we're going into that game where we prefaced that it was going to be very hard for, even if you're trying to do like a small little change. Again, not to discredit the choices that were made from EG Academy, but if the game plan was trying to be a little bit more proactive and good on site execs with the breach, it was still not enough, especially when you're trying to do like a lot of those C hits. If you're trying to fault line towards like the pillar or whatnot, you're still missing utility to flush out towards the bend. There was just too much utility for the side of SRB. I mean, at this point, you have to call the cops because SRB are also stealing rounds away from EG Academy at certain rounds. You have to call the ambulance because EG Academy was getting bodied round after round. You have to call the fire department because there was smoke all over the place with the way he was playing Chamber. So yeah, it was so one-sided in the end. And at this rate, I feel that you're just gonna have to call my wife because I'm gonna be home in dinner on time for dinner.
Oh my God, man.
That
is crazy.
This might be
That
a
is
quick series
crazy.
during the map. I'm the bad guy, but Vance can say it on air, and it's okay.
That is crazy. No, it was really impressive, if anything, for Shopify Rebellion. I know that we've talked about them. We talked about how good they are and how we expected them to be the favorites coming into the series, but we definitely didn't expect that 13-2, especially after EG Academy were able to get away with a pistol immediately, just an anti-eco with the Shopify Rebellion that is so good at playing together. It just felt like that is everything that they had to do. There wasn't anything overcomplicated. There wasn't a lot of really well-planned set plays that we saw around them. It was just them all playing together, being able to trade each other off when the kills didn't go their way, and also being able to get so many of those openings. You see Smoke getting away with 6 opening kills, Xander as well with 3 on the Omen. It just, everything was going the way that they wanted to and how they wanted to start these rounds, and also how they wanted to close them out, even if it was at 1v2 that we saw in a few of those rounds. Just a team that is really confident, that has a lot of experience, and that knew exactly how they wanted to play around this map.
Yeah, a team that had full control pretty much of the defensive side for SRB as well. Because if you're looking at it from one side, we also preface how, you know, util from nature has been very good at fragging as well. But the way that they're just playing around that map as well on defense allows for Smoke to just stay posted up. He doesn't have to go looking for kills. Like I said, back then when Yoru was so good for a player like Smoke, he was just able to do the walk around glitch and just opt and then TP away. But this time around, because of the rest of the roster playing so well on defense for Shopify Rebellion Black, you could just funnel everybody to Smoke. He just watches the angle. You know he's going to be good for those hits because he's just such an amazing opera at the end of the day. But also they understood the gaps around the composition from Evil Geniuses Academy, where even for certain rounds, you see Xander's even walking all the way down towards like the C site, all the way towards spawn to cut the rotates because there's no hard senti, and that's playing on a side of EG Academy. So then they had full control of that when you know, after a timeout, EG's figuring like, oh, maybe we should try to explode a little bit more by leveraging like the double initiator util to help out our Neon. But yeah, I mean, it's just very well read from the side of SRB. And it also brings in that experience you're talking about here, Dendride, where you know, Xander has that experience, but also has had experience for IGL in the past for M80. So I think for him to be able to make those plays for those rounds, it gives a little bit more freedom as well for himself and for Nature to trust on his team and instead of microwaving so much. And I think that's probably the reason why Nature is also able to frag out so much these days.
Xander's such an incredible player. I feel like on the smokes, he has always been one of the best. And like you're saying, with that experience that he had for quite some time when he was IGLing, I think that really helps the team and that really helps Nature in a few of these rounds. You see the way that they're solved at the end. And on the other side, also for EG Academy, we talked about how they made this change in composition that was a little bit surprising. You guys were talking about how they were and had played Breach in the past, you know, a long time ago, with Darkest playing this Breach, playing with the Operator, but it's just not an agent that you can really get a lot of value off. That's why we never really see it currently in the meta in general, but also specifically on this map is just so hard, alongside with B-Dog on the Neon. Getting the value, getting the timings right, getting the spacing that you want to is not the most optimal agent that you see. So you see them struggling, even if you are really good on the Breach, even if you love this agent. I get it, but also it's just not the best way to make the whole team work together.
I mean, I feel like for EGA, as soon as this came up in the veto, a banned map, a strong one for SRB, a smoke that goes 23 and 4, by the way, 4 deaths, only 4 in the
Big chilling.
Like, GG's go next, I guess. Like, I just don't know what you do up against like that sort of smoke, right? So going into the next map of the series, I mean, you have to address the smoke issue, right? Now, at least for EGA, we do go into their own map pick of Split. And this is something, since they've switched up their composition like midway through the Split, has looked a lot stronger for them. But this is still a strong look coming out from SRB. But at least, Dan, that Jet head-to-head that we were asking for at the top of the day seems to be within the cards if everything goes well. But I also, I'm a little worried about that one now that we've seen how Smoke decides to be playing on the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it also, we are going to be probably seeing that Jet v Jet, but it plays so different when you have a Shopify Rebellion that has been playing this double duelist, double controller comp with the Astra that I really, really love on this map, and alongside Nature playing that Sky that I feel like has been just a very iconic agent for him. And on the other side for EG Academy, who are the ones picking this map, they are not playing a double duelist composition, but they're playing with Darkest on that Deadlock, and yeah, they're going to actually continue playing this comp. I feel like it has a lot of strengths. I feel like it has a lot of things that you can definitely take advantage of with the Deadlock, but it also can be very gimmicky. So that is going to be my main concern going into this one, because you know Shopify Rebellion, they are prepped for it.
That's my fear. Sorry to cut you, Sierra. Just to continue to talk about the whole pick around the Deadlock and Fate, even though it's been good results for AG Academy, where you're playing this against SRB, it's very, very difficult. I think it's nice for them to be able to stall on defense, find information and gather that information, but there's really no way to take full control of like a net grab or like a seize, for example, when you don't have util to follow up with it. So it's gonna bring a lot more responsibility. Like, okay, we have the info, B-Dog, you have to land your shot, go get it done, you know? So that's the difficult part of EG Academy's approach with this composition, and I feel like SRB should be ready for that.
I mean, for EGA, going with something like the Deadlock is something that's much more comfortable for them, but it's time to see heading into their own map pick. If we want to see them be able to hang in this series, we need to see a strong start going up against a team that is roasting on the day. Is it possible? Let's find out as we head to Split with your casters. Back over to Tenark and Marks.
Sierra, we'll see if this is the final map of the day or if EG Academy did indeed cook. They feel comfortable picking this map. They feel comfortable starting on the attack, and they feel comfortable with this composition, which, as the desk mentioned, does have its flaws that Shopify Rebellion Black have definitely studied up on how to pierce. That being said, Marcus, is their comfort zone. I'm not going to doubt it. If they feel like they can play the 4D chess long enough to make this work, then they can make this work.
You know, this is going to be the big question, because I pulled back in time, right? SRB, let's take a look at how they play this specific map. And I found something really interesting, actually. The only times that they have lost the Split, yes, up against M80, we've covered that whole thing already a bunch, but they've actually lost this to Evil Geniuses Academy in Stage 2 at a 4-13 score line. Yeah. Now, that was many metas ago at this point, so things have changed quite a bit, and I do think SRB has gotten back together. But I gotta wonder whether or not this is the reason why Evil Geniuses Academy are picking this specific map. And let's see what they've got cooked up. Already B-Dog going in there and able to find the first kill.
Immediately sliding in, gonna force Satellite to peek out early and then duck back to screens to make sure he's not over-aggressed. Rest of EG Academy will get in with impunity. Boombot does track down Recoil, and Satellite just sprays through the smoke to find the rest of it. Recoil decided to extend off of it. But the sonic sensors, as well as the barrier mesh setup, make it so the rest of this fight back for Shopify is way tougher. A lot of responsibility placed on Exa to make sure moves is taken care of. Rest of this 2v3 is all on timing for Shopify. And that Nova Pulse makes it so they have a bit of space after they clear away the barrier mesh. Sonic Sensor actually catches Darkest too, moves, turns quickly to Exa. Pack fight has to be quickly taken care of for Shopify, and Darkest able to keep on running away against this. Moves on low health too, and he can swing against it. But the point is the spike, and Smoke is not on top of it. Darkest spraying away with those right clicks, able to seal up another opening round for EG Academy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we talk about the issue of what this composition kind of requires, which is, hey, Darkest gets those stuns in, and then B-Dog has to fly in. And I'm going to be real with you. I anticipate that Evil Geniuses Academy, we're going to be seeing a lot of B-Dog just kind of flying in, trying to get that space. And so there has to be a lot of support coming in from the rest of EG Academy to make sure to support that jet, to make sure that it stays alive amidst all of that chaos. And last round, I mean, we saw B-Dog kind of go down after finding that individual kill, but it was just enough to kind of crack that composition open to allow EG Academy to find their opening. And now they're up their first round. Already things looking much better than on Lotus, as they have good weaponry coming through. Exa, ever so present on this middle, but has given up so much space onto A.
Turn back just as the smoke gets touched up. Good timing for moves to maybe get away with this lurk as EG Academy will bluff the noise, causing Shopify to rotate early. The moves will start firing away. With that ghost, can't land the dinks, and so can get reswarmed, but that's just a way to waste some time and make sure that this is an empty frag at the end of the day, and even still, moves will take care of one. Free B site for the comp. And this is one of the rounds where you don't have to, you know, where you have the luxury of not having to have B-Dog kind of do all the work for you, but he'll still get in some extra credit. Yeah, nice. But yeah, a lot of responsibility lies on Recoil and Jakey to get B-Dog in so that Darkest and Moobs can set up shop. The thing is about EG Academy is that Jakey has been one of the best, most active controllers of the stage so far, so kind of works for him.
Jakey, not afraid to kind of get into the brawl himself. Uses the utility to support 100%, but also very much to try and attack. Oh, Nature in a good spot, but gets shot down.
Could have definitely gotten a kill there with the right click. He'll say that's ping, and I'll believe him. More dies to the... Exa does find one, so that's mild value, but nothing more. And 2 rifles with the Outlaw against a Shopify that didn't get to do too much. That'll be okay. 1 shot for Satellite. Oh, no, he's going to go for the heavies. They're going to fully make sure that they don't die to that first entry so they can hold their own against the slide in. And that's that's a lot of respect for how quickly B-Dog can adjust after he goes in, because you know that's what he's going to do.
Yeah. And one of the things I'm noticing as well, Smoke going to pick up the Phantom here. And one of the big things that Smoke has been improving on throughout this entire stage was getting more used to rifling. Because, I mean, last map, yeah, okay, this guy's always going to be on a sniper rifle. But when that sniper's not working, he has to be sharp on that Phantom. And that's something that I've really seen him improve over time. So we're going to be potentially seeing a little bit more of that here as finds the opening kill on the moves. That's how you want to start things out if you are SRB. Well, Exa just jiggle peeking this side here, spots out B-Dog, so we'll be able to back off.
Yeah, placing a lot of trust in Smoke to be able to do that with the rifle instead of his usual scope against one of the best lurkers of this year. It's up in the mail. Will body this Prowler, not come away with one, but the trade from Nature's there. Barrier mesh placed on the vents, but that's not really where the presence is. Shopify's ready for this B-swing. And that's what the lack of intel with this composition really gets you, is Recoil. Yeah, it's kind of a one-trick pony, one channel that you can go into, and then the rest is just blind. Quickly shut down this round, and so the bonus goes the way of Shopify.
Too many variables, too many questions before they even try to make their way in onto it. And you can see SRB are all set up. They know where this push is coming, so they're going to be ready for it. At that point, Satellite, as sharp as ever. And even Jakey tried to find that final kill, but it's all good because Nature's watching that different angle as well. Excellent defensive setup from Shopify Rebellion Black. And honestly, they just do a good job of stalling EG Academy out. You see, the intention is to swarm in through B Heaven. And immediately, because of X's heroics and stopping things and slowing things down, it gets a lot more difficult, so they can't execute their plan quickly and have to slow things down, giving Shopify Rebellion Black more than enough time to get that trap ready. That's crazy.
Yeah. Gotta be ready for that. He's always going to be on the weak side. And he still is. Now he has help. Now he has potential to fork this. Swing with the bird. He's on the boxes. He gets his again. He gets everything! Moves single-handedly changing the momentum of rounds. the point where I think Xander and Satellite are just going to keep their heads dry.
Even then,
make sure there's nobody else. Yeah, and then you can, come on.
It's so patient. And I like, this is one of those things, right? Like, EG Academy are paying a lot of respects to SRB, but I almost wonder if it gets to a point where it's like a fault, right? Because they're playing so slowly and so cautiously that, like, you tend to trip over yourself sometimes, and you're not looking for those opportunities to find those kills, to find the advantage on your opponent. And that is something that Moobs has consistently been doing. He's been the player who has always been able to find frags, even with that 13-2 scoreline on the last map. And he opens it up completely for EG Academy this time, finding those kills, making it so they had the door completely open, red carpet rolled out, a nice easy plant down, and that is the Moobs value that he finds.
It's so consistent on this map in particular, too. This is almost, I mean, he's been doing this since before he was on EGA on the 1-4 with the lurk on A main. He does that every single round. It just works. It's like the Vukashu of Evil Geniuses Academy, except every person on the team can speak the same language as one another. It's just, it just works for him, man. He's just that good.
Yeah.
And his work with the screen as well, as it's like, it's evolved over just these 4 rounds.
Yeah. I mean, he's been one of the players who got slotted into more of that Sentinel role. Like I said before, coming off of Winthrop University, always basically playing Chamber. And then had to pick up that Sentinel / Viper, and has been starting to really improve his gameplay. And now as well, having the ultimate available, there's an opportunity for them to be able to push in onto that site and get that thing set up.
This is insane. Screen set up, and then Moobs is already on the B side, but B-Dog is ready to rush in to sell this as the stack, because they know that he's the fulcrum of the push, and that's left B side basically unoccupied. EGA have a 3v1 here, but they gotta act fast, because B-Dog's already down. And aside from the haunt, Recoil hasn't given himself away because he wants to stay alive for this. They're starting to return to site. XA is here, and Smoke has the peak with the operator. It's already a 5v3, but EGA do have the site at the very least.
Oh my goodness.
Smoke's got it! You do not challenge this man! Why would you try? And this falls flat. You saw the vision. It was so good looking. But it comes apart at the very last second.
Yeah. Like, once again, if there's a reason why that fell a little bit flat, it was just the timing that EG Academy took. Yeah. It was just so patient. It was just so slow. And then immediately when B-Dog goes down and then a couple of Nature's flashes get expired, they're like, nobody's here. And immediately the support runs in to help Smoke out. And at that point, they're perfectly able to play off of Smoke's impact. Like, Smoke gets one, is able to escape, does not get flooded over because EG Academy don't have anything really to run him over with. It's very patient, very slow. And that opens up EG Academy to get picked off one by one by SRB. It was a cool idea, but unfortunately, they aren't able to fully execute on the vision.
And that is an economy set for Shopify for a couple rounds now. Getting that buffer active so they can make a case to hold on to this half that they should be confident in. Picking it to start. Knowing how hot Smoke is with this scope at the moment. And it's gonna be on him again, looks to be, with this A push. Bingo now on top of the screen. Let's see how they work it.
Get motivated with some push-ups. I understand your game. Oh, this is going to be a lot more of a violent push this time around, and yet Smoke is still on this angle, so this isn't going to be for free here, as Darkest will at least be able to get the orb as they flood into heaven.
Choice to not step foot outside, but the second you do on high, Nature is there, and now the Burn Satellite with the Showstopper's already here, and catches another, but EGA still gained control of heaven. 2 on top, 1 below, Smoke still hit it, gets the op shot! Good for his, as always. And now taking a slight back step. Barrier mesh has him slightly trapped. Creep up from Exa is long-winded, but good. And Moobs now has to try to save that. He sure does. Gets ahead of the bite. Now one of his own. Slows Xander down, and Smoke is with him. The 1v2 clutch. He's done stuff like this before, that's for sure. Nebula fade away into the smoke. Good reposition by Moobs in the 1v1 against the op. That's but you know he wins it. And it's tied up at the hands of Shopify Star.
Oh, man. For a second there, I believed, man. I could see it. Moves was just gonna walk in and one-tap everybody. It would have been crazy. Evil Geniuses Academy fans losing their minds. And yet still, the big issue, the big question mark on the table is how they're gonna be dealing with Smoke, who's having a phenomenal game right now. And you can see that there's some intention. Hey, if we just don't close the long sight lines, we can't get shot with the operator. But that's not always going to be the case. Smoke being very dynamic and playing on these weird angles is always going to be ready for it. And yeah, EG Academy, you can tell they're so scared of this, but they bought that. Oh, they almost got a grab there, but B-Dog not able to get there in time. And so the C's not doing what you wanted.
Welcome to my world.
B-Dog, that is such a choke. Oh, come on. And then he goes with the knives as well. Just a floating demon. Matter of time before Shopify goes in. In they go. In goes Smoke. It is a smattering this round. And once again, it's such a good play, but such a poor execution. The grab net was so clean from Darkest, and the B-Dog doesn't make the updraft. Oh, it's a tragedy. Truly, truly tragic.
But that also harkens back to something that was mentioned on the desk, right? About how this deadlock, yeah, it's novel, yeah, it's different, and it's been winning against some of these other teams, but you're going up against Shopify Rebellion Black. The exact issue that Van Silly highlighted happened, where they get the grab net down and they don't have any util to follow up on it. It's all on B-Dog to be able to do that. And yeah, sure, you know, the updraft gets missed. It's a little bit unfortunate on that front. But even then, if B-Dog goes up there, you know, with that smoke, they could have just sprayed him down shortly afterwards. It's still a tough call to be made to find that value with Smoke. Isn't caught by that Prowler. And so sure, you see Evil Geniuses Academy take all of that space there, but they give it up because they get no information. And as a result of that, X are going to be the one who's going to be able to spot them out next. And wow, X gets completely dinked out.
Dog rushes ahead of the pain shells. Prowler to field out Satellite. Now has to play defensively so EGA can speed things up towards the A take. Smoke has now left unoccupied.
Relation?
Arm, yeah. Looking for something, won't find it. Jakey still finds Xander though, and the rest of Shopify Gate kept. Nature still peeking from beyond this mesh. Does a kill and some decent chip on top of the fight. Everybody's kind of low. Did EGA still have the man advantage in a couple of decent guns? Now the Nightfall to double down into screens. And the TP over as well to get that extra intel, knowing that Smoke is coming from heaven. A waiting game for Shopify. They're forced to play thanks to this deadlock util. No sensors up though.
Here.
As he's fallen now. They go off the bird. Nice fake out to maybe force out an angle, but EG stay resilient, stay stalwart. Moves gets his on the way down, wasting time and getting kills on the way to certainty. And Smoke's got to save the op. It's still too dicey. Another attacking round going EG Academy's way. We are tied back up at 4.
And just a good hold down from EG Academy on that little elbow peek there. So aware of what might necessarily happen. They know that they don't necessarily have the best weapons for it, so they kind of use moves as like, hey, you're probably gonna die here, but you're gonna get us the information so we know when to swing things. And given the fact that Jakey has that rifle, you can tell that it was just well set up. And Move's still able to get one before going down. As EG Academy keep this thing nice and tied up, 4-4 here. They're doing a good job of at least forcing that door open. They're able to get past that first wave against Shopify Rebellion Black fairly easily. Of course, we have seen SRB run away with 3 rounds in a row, but EG finally stopped that one there. The Smoke once again gets set up with this operator. And EG Academy used so much util just to flush that one out. Boombot gonna get utilized by Satellite. Just make sure they don't push up here, but it's all just for the orb. Make sure that EG Academy keep that ultimate cycle healthy.
Nice and far back. Chance in mid this time. Only rotating over to Moves, who hasn't really left this spot. No space cleared this time around. With that lack of noise, Shopify are forced to stay pretty blossomed out. Smoke is fully committed to the B lane. It'll be a hot minute before he gets to where this push is looking to go. This dog does spot 2. By the looks of it, maybe 3. So yeah, the quick defensive rotation, but Smoke sticking around, just has a feeling. Good on you,
the read.
How long do both of these guys stick around, though? Because EGA's already up to heaven. The grav net, making sure they can clear the rest of it. Oh my god, they're pathing
30
through vents.
seconds
Oh my
left.
god. Smoke
Alexa.
is once again right. Jakey with the swing, staying disciplined. Darkest clears tower. Smoke's time is running out. He has none of it now. The paranoia to clear into the seas. And yeah, EGA are able to buffer enough to clear away. B-Dog ahead of the snake fight. Gutsy and Satellite will punish it. But EGA will still get the spike down. Still have the players to spare. And Shopify now left questioning if they should even take this on. I don't think they do.
Finding a kill there would have been so important. That makes sure that the flood onto Smoke is going to be successful here. Moves, front line there, able to find Xander as well. So yeah, at this point, SRB, you got to back out of this one. And EG Academy, they walk away with yet another round, securing their lead 5-4 yet again. This half has been very close between these two teams.
A fantastic juke from EGA the very last minute, and Shopify had the contingency for it with the tower presence. But yeah, that being gone without the trade is everything for that round. And now, I mean, within just the two, that is a quick setup for the rest of the half now from EGA. Alt cycle left a little wanting after the previous couple rounds, but with Shopify left on a bit of a weird bye, where it doesn't look like they'll get absolutely everything. I'll call this timeout, the first one of the game.
Very curious what they're going to be discussing here, because to be fair, the rounds that they won on defense kind of looked like they were like playing extremely flashy, right? Like it was like, oh my goodness, everything is kind of working out for them. Versus on the other side, EG Academy, it's coming down to just these individual small little plays that are happening on the map, which give them that advantage. Whether or not it's moves finding those kills, whether or not it's just the flood through, overwhelming Exa to make sure that they can shut Smoke down. It's those little moments that have been so important for EG Academy to feel comfortable on the push-in, right? And that was something that we've been talking about throughout this entire map, right? Like, EG Academy are so cautious. They're paying so much respect to Shopify Rebellion Black that they kind of slow themselves down to a fault. But when they do find those initial picks, when they do decide, okay, we got to go in, then B-Dog is a lot more supportive and they get those kills. They're able to find it and make it happen. So coming off this timeout, I'm curious to see what Effie's is talking to SRB about. Let's see how they change up the game plan here. It's going to be the same duo on B, same duo on A, and Exa watching mid. And genuinely, I think that Exa kind of is the fulcrum of this defense. Has to make sure to lock that down because that has been something that EG Academy have been using round after round.
First 30 seconds of this round, of every round really, have to be owned by Exa. Make sure that mid transition doesn't come in early. Boombot catching Smoke, pinking! That is so gnarly, dude. And the double cloudburst to give him a reset. He goes for it and gets punished. Aptly so. Satellite way tucked, gets one. Exa popping out. Refragging, finding B-Dog. Beautiful awareness. But does it outstretch into Jakey's Smoke presence? The drop down gives him away, and Exa's good for 3. Owning that round indeed, and will pick the op back up for his boy to get Shopify back in the driver's seat this half.
Yeah, just an excellent kind of buddy system being set up between Smoke and Satellite there. But you can see how this defense wants to work, right? Like, Exa can very quickly rotate over, provide support from above, and because it's both duelists onto this side, then the other agents can make sure to set up, Yasha can set up the smokes to allow for just the additional help to give them that little bit of a chaos. And, well, you know their gameplay style, both Satellite and Smoke, more than happy to just kind of get into the brawl and try to win out those gunfights. Usually going to be winning them, if I'm being honest. So that round goes squarely in Shopify Rebellion Black's corner. Exa, though, under a lot of pressure as B-Dog flies through.
A heavy aggression, opts not to use that snake bite. Not sure how much of the stack is actually committing to this, but B-Dog is all the way in. Now as is Jakey. Still aggressively taking this. Not really shying away from the bullhorn that they're going for the 8-pinch. You have to know Moobs is still on this lurk. Smoke. Having that intuition. But yeah, too much potential for this vent presence means he could get pincered. So he's got to give away this space. Rest of Shopify ready if they rotate through, because that could also be just as quick. Tough balancing act on where they end up intercepting. But A is going to be the weaker side, one way or the other, and EGA know it. But Smoke is here. There was a world. Backdraft, Nature's got it all under control. Satellite stepping in from the screens as well to give that reset as he falls. But Darkest single-handedly handling the duelist duo. And with the barrier mesh so far into spawn, he gets a free plant. Jakey watching the vents, not giving away that back position. Armageddon out. And it bounces right into Hexa off the first peak. That's all the intel they need with an ultimate like that. Xander, no choice but to just trot after it and make something of this nothing. No peek out immediately. EG continue to play it patient, play it safe, giving away the leg, and Jakey wins another controller duel. The attacker's back in the lead here on Split.
Last round in the half.
Good stuff. Good stuff coming through there. Darkest as well, pulling out the ultimate. Snags him right away. And that's just off of a little bit of information that Jakey was able to get. So just good use of that ultimate to make sure that it's going to be such an unwinnable scenario. As EG, they're in the lead right now. They just need one more round to make that a little bit better for them. As SRB look to potentially tie things up here. Not the best spy coming through. Exa only going to have a Sheriff come into this one. Smoke just a regen shield. Excellent work from Nature, though, to be able to find quite a bit of value that last time. Shuts down the Haunt as well. Will be one piece of initiation taken off there, but Nature getting a lot of info about where these players are.
Smoke finding the fire into Jakey. And that's major for EG's mid-rounding. Now it really has to be one fell swoop and setup. But the stack from Shopify's ready, and EGA don't have easy access to B-site. With over a minute on the clock, it would be a tough ask, but it's one they can still manage with event presence. They'll try to maintain that as moves holds court. Catching Satellite, 4v4. Exa ready for the rotation, catches some feet. Not a better angle, though. Darkest will win that. And Vents is now definitely an option. Yeah, they're outie. They know Smoke is here. They don't want to toy with it. Xander all the way up B main. Giving this away. Is going to hear all these steps coming through tower, though. So he'll spin back. Even still, such a free sight. Holy.
This is what you want for EGA. That deadlock utility is going to make it so much more difficult for the retake.
Obscuring vision.
Gotta give it a go. High ground quickly taken. B-Dog searching. Not found by Xander. 11 HP. That's rough, buddy. Quickly finished by Smoke. Second one is prepared for. No. But reset upon. Cloudburst to get Smoke into the cheeky angle. 3 now for him. But time is waiting. Nature with the bird available. Smoke for 3. Now taken down by Darkest. And on the sonic sensor, it should be an easy one. Gimmicky, but there. As is EG on the better side of 12.
Switching sides.
Yeah, like you see, the rounds that EG Academy are able to get that spike planted, it's so much more easier for them. I mean, they just make sure to use that deadlock utility from Darkest to really lock things down. It's so annoying to deal with. You can basically force SRB into a single lane, and then on top of that, there's sonic sensors being set up as well. It's just really good from EG Academy on that attack, and they now are up 7-5 here. So now SRB are going to be the ones on the attack. Arguably, both of these teams, according to history, perform a little bit better on their attacking halves. So EG were able to squeeze out the lead here. Question is whether or not SRB will snatch that one right back. EG Academy looking a lot better than they did on that last map, though. And that cannot be understated, because it felt like they were crumbling just simply under the pressure of Smoke. This time around, they've got a couple strategies. They're feeling like they can take it to map number 3. It all starts with this pistol.
Dedication to this comp has to come with a lot of prep. Shopify explode onto B main, though, and win that easy stack war. Recoil ducking back, does find one on the way back, and still gonna refight it after the flash away, but Shopify once again clear the stack. And it's just Darkest remaining. How quickly the rounds can disintegrate the other way. Oh.
Oops.
Well, yeah. 6-7.
You could see the moment where Darkest threw it. I was like, oh, I missed the corner. Just looking down like, well, all right, let's see how this one kind of plays out there.
A bit
And
of
then,
a gambly fight to take there on B main to like immediately start. I would imagine they would, again, play that like a little more patiently, you know?
Yeah, I would kind of agree with that, but at the same time, I mean, Evil Geniuses Academy, they feel like they have to continue to be that aggressive team. You know, once again, this deadlock utility, you land that grav net, it's super easy for all the rest of them to kind of fall down here. And Smoke just waiting that one out. Starkist not able to find anybody in the net.
To synergize anything with it. And even that, I mean, Darkest is on his own right now, so you can't synergize anything with it. Oh, the dog gets ahead of that mesh too? Dude, he's stunned. That's rough. Yeah, you're done, Zo. Oh, they turn up the moves too. They're wasting no time. Yeah, let's get this boring part over with. We know how this goes, right?
I've seen enough Valorant to know how this round goes.
Yeah, I've seen this story before. Alexis got the Sheriff, so yeah, he can duck back. Recoil will get the refrag, but it's down to 45.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, that's just how that's gonna go. Well, Smoke has the Marshall. We'll see if he does anything silly with it in the next round, but it's a half-decent bonus buy going into 7-7. We'll see if they can steal it.
Quick said and done round. Exactly like you said, expected this one coming. And I'm curious to see how the rest of these rounds are going to be playing out here, right? Because there's going to be a lot of pressure onto Darkest to be that person who's going to be able to hold things down. I imagine they're going to leave B-Dog to kind of play some of those longer angles, which means that if Darkest is able to get people in the net or at least delay them, there's not going to be a lot to follow up with that, right? And to me, that's kind of the big issue with bringing this deadlock in. It's better on that attack because you can tell that they've got a couple of ideas on like, hey, we're gonna completely lock down this side, and then as soon as we get the spike down, we can close off this lane. But that just tends to be more stall related when you're actually onto that defense. And if they're not really getting anybody to follow up that utility and knowledge and stuns, then sure, you get the information, but that's pretty much all Darkest's kit is gonna bring to the table.
Quick entry from Satellite on the double blast packs, but also caught by the Prowler, so he's got to duck back momentarily. The Bird is going to re-enable this peak, though, and B-Dog just standing there on the high-low with Jakey. This is nasty. This is stupid. Oh, it's only good for the one. Now the paint shells to try to deteriorate. Make some headway. They eventually will. Xander creeping through the vents. Nobody was watching mid here on top of the nebula that he set up for himself. So they have the earlier angle. This jump up is going to be nasty work, Xander! That's a freebie, and now he's intimidating pretty raw here. The double peek out, though, from the other side of the high ground. Catches Shopify hella off guard. Now the 3-stack ready to go. Shopify's just gonna brawl this out, go down, guns blazing in the bonus, and EG retain the lead.
Yeah, good stuff there. I mean, Xander as well. I was just like, how is Xander getting all this space for free? Pops up there, gets one kill, but then EG just do one better. An excellent just double swing coming out of there. And that's something that I've noticed that EG have down pat pretty good, actually. Whenever they want to just swing an angle, and someone's on their opposite side, they always synergize that. And it always catches Shopify Rebellion Black off guard. We haven't really seen it not work against SRB, and it's such a simple tactic, but every single time they're doing that, and they make it look good. And so EG back into the lead here. SRB gonna be buying their weaponry up. Yeah, this one goes immediately. Darkest getting taken away from that angle here. We'll just toss down the mesh to deny that space as moves. Going exploring here, but Smoke able to get away.
See what else they give away. The birds are your only real way in here. Satellite's just gonna launch himself at it. Understanding of how much centrality Moobs has here.
Time to hunt.
Gotta be searching for him on top of the nebula, though. They'll just run right through. Space given away. Drop down. Jakey ready for it, but Satellite wins that, huh? That's crazy, bro. Wow, 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 wow. Well, EGA are ready for this. They spotted maybe 2 coming off the vents. This is surely the call for the stack now. Ooh. like half flashed. Oh, the spray through the maps, though. They still clear sight. And it's still a 3v2. Shopify don't care about the clips. They care about the rounds.
Spike
Darkest
planted.
is here a little early. Making his way through heaven, slowly but surely clearing it out. But Exa does have the cheeky peek off the toxic screen. Have to do so much double checking though. And all the while, Moob's just waiting to see if somebody creeps in. So many variables you have to be prepared for. The shots given to Exa after Darkest tries to field something. The double peek as well. Takes us to an 8-8 scoreline. Shopify starting to build up the pressure right when EG comes bubbling back.
Yeah, that's...
Jesus, what is that?
B-Dog, right place, right time, and goes completely uncleared, taking out the 2 duelists. Especially with how much smoke has had an impact on this map. Someone you want to take off the board very early on. B-Dog almost makes that round winnable, but a bit too much pressure coming out from Shopify Rebellion Black. Now tied up yet again, 8-8 here. SRB, 3 members hanging out outside this B site. Satellite already going in to add that additional pressure. Well, Smoke is going to be taking this, and yeah, goodbye moves. A headshot with the Outlaw will do just that.
Like jump peeking or trying to transition? It looked a little lacking in velocity. He was trying to B-hop it or something.
Here.
His elbow's been given away. The B-Dog pot shots are just going to scare him back. If anything, you'd hesitate that. He hasn't spotted you.
The space that B-Dog has taken.
Yeah, he's way up. Has the sewer rotation, which honestly they might have to rely on. 50 seconds to go in this mesh. Okay, I can bust it down.
I've got your trail.
The Seekers as well.
Obscuring vision.
Throwing a lot into this gun round against EGA. Gotta make sure it works. Prowler, early fodder, good grab net as well. There's some great stalling done by EGA to set everybody up for success. Now the C's as well. That's a great catch also. Satellite slowly creeping. B-Dog finally made his way up, but Exa was prepped for it. And now Shopify can fully turn back. And Satellite with the insert catches the retreat. And it's a mad dash that is now double guarded. Recoil wins against Satellite, but they're not ready for Smoke. And now a 3v1 Recoil all to do, and none of it he wants to. Just gonna save and take us to a 9-8 game going Shopify's way.
So tough. You can see Jake as well thinking about the teleport, go to the other side, beat them there, and then just decides maybe I shouldn't do that. But the amount of map control that SRB had, like you look at the minimap right now when you see where all those blue X's are, and that's just simply because SRB had so much control of the map. They simply, EG Academy walked into the crosshairs of Shopify Rebellion Black that round. And that just comes down to making sure to control things and making sure that no funky business can kind of happen there. You said it yourself, B-Dog's lurk could have been the linchpin in that round for EG Academy, and yet SRB are just watching all of the angles, and that's what catches B-Dog off guard with that rotation into middle from sewers. And just like that, SRB, I think for the second time this map, will be in the lead here.
Oh yeah, that jump. It's just a little rough.
Out there.
How about Nature making that immediate mid-round call after they got the lurk clear, understanding that A-Site was going to be weak after it? I was just such a, I mean, the immediate setup after that too, it was just gorgeous. No ultis this round though. X is 2 out from the pit, Xander 1 from the divide. One of the best users of that ultimate in the world, in my opinion.
A little bit more patient this time for Shopify Rebellion Black, which I actually think is the good call because EG Academy feel like they have to go exploring.
Yeah, with this eco especially. Yeah, they don't even give a care about the hot. Satellite's just tucked. Yeah, this is easy for them. They have the stack prep for it. It's amazing. No one even takes any damage though. That's insane.
Yeah. Just good awareness coming through, and feels like one of those rounds where it's just SRB, like another day in the office. It's over just as it starts. EG Academy, at least moves, will try to look for a couple of kills, get a bit more value to get the ultimate closer to being online, but even then, this round looks like it's pretty much done here.
Just about. Darkest isn't giving it a touch it. Does he get to go die to Spike, or is he just holding on to a classic?
Oh.
Oh yeah, he's been spotted. This does get Smoke as 9.
One enemy remaining.
That's value. Get out there, buddy. Go make some impact. Come on.
Find a kill. You got it.
Ah. So a flawless round 18. Shopify managed to find certainty so late in this game. 3 out from taking it 2-0. Smoke, God, what? He's at 20? When did that happen?
It's one of those games, man. It's just one of those days where Smoke is absolutely online. And once again, before we even got into this one, like, we were talking about all of the individual power that Shopify Rebellion Black bring to the table. And they don't even really need to tap into that well when Smoke is having as good of a game as he is today. Like, he's just absolutely dominating the server here. And even though we do see this close scoreline, I mean, you know, we talk on one side of Evil Geniuses Academy, like, you know, they're finding those timings, they're getting the kills, they're playing things right. B-Dog, unfortunately, is not getting as much value as we would want. But on the flip side, like SRB, it's just Smoke being able to find the kills. And then beyond that, a lot of the team hasn't had to really necessarily activate that much. And it's still a very close game, just because when those rounds go in Shopify Rebellion Black's favor, it's just because Smoke has found a couple of kills right off the rip. So now timeout being called for Evil Geniuses Academy. The knives available for B-Dog here. Darkest, the top kills in that team, and only sitting at 12, tying Nature, Exa, and Satellite on the side of Shopify Rebellion Black. You can tell which one of these teams loves fragging out just a little bit more here. And now coming out of this timeout, let's see what they've got cooked up for us. Looks like they will be that Prowler onto that A side, but Smoke going so deep, so fast.
Hyper aggressive, not necessarily prepped for that snake bite though because of it. And without that opening frag, Shopify have to take a quick freeze. Double lurkers from the controllers though. X is in a nasty spot. Might just catch this. Darkest giving in and will win that. But Shopify already pivoting with the spike back over to the A site while Smoke is watching from the vents. This is a long-term investment for the pinch, especially since Xander's coming all the way back through spawn. They gotta wait a hot minute before they actually aggress this, and with the lack of anything on the B site, that might give it away. Jakey's just gonna hold this. Loses though. He did like no damage. Darkest with the ultimate, but the showstopper gonna slow him down. So the grav net that was thrown on top of that ulti won't gain the value it was supposed to. A real shame. And Smoke, once again, getting this space for free, turning it into absolute degeneracy. Nature stealing that kill away from him for sure, but recoil tracking Smoke down to make sure he doesn't get his own.
30 seconds left.
Nice ass shots coming from both sides, but it matters so much more for Shopify. B-Dog hasn't had a chance to let this up, whisper this round, and he'll have to give it away for the next one as well. As the divide goes down, so too do the chances of EG taking this round to 0. It's 11-8. It's getting scary, Marcus.
It really is. And what crazy shots are being played in this, this map here? Like, both sides. Man. Every time they get into a duel, I mean, that goes to show just how the skill level between some of these players is a little bit more evened out. I do think that SRB overall are kind of winning that macro in the space control, but it's like every bullet counts. You never know when you're going to find a head here or there. B-Dog missing that first shot, will be trying to back out of here. The Satellite goes hunting, but Xander on the other side should be able to get this pinch around here. Yeah, B-Dog has to find that kill, otherwise that op is dropped. It's the flash. Almost made it so that he was able to walk away, but unfortunately, not going to be the case. The Smoke just completely bringing up all the solutions. I thought for sure it was a headshot as well.
It really looked like his, yeah.
But it was all Nature and Satellite as well, just watching for those lines. Like, once again, when you see SRB push into some of these sites, it's almost like they purposefully leave some of their players behind and just watch for those off angles. Because all of the attention gets diverted to trying to chase it down, trying to just get things set up nice and easy. But then suddenly, like, SRB in your backline, just able to get a free kill. It's a strategy that's been working out for them pretty consistently if they get that spike down. And this time, a lot of pressure being put onto that A site. There's Jake just on the top here. Will be supported by B-Dog as well.
Bring them down.
Let's see what Recoil can do, get that information. The Prowler doesn't get any info at all, so they're going to be moving forwards right into the meat grinder.
So dry.
Oh my.
Who's prioing better on the day? Way worse guns for EG. It's all about how much blood you can squeeze out of this first stone. Oh, this re-upping on the Viper util, though, gets them that inch closer. The haunts. Oh, big giveaway. Jakey gets some free shots. It's eventually taken down, but EG have done the damage. B-Dog getting a kill with those blades as well, and recoil setup, giving away the shot with the Sheriff with the immediate nightfall in the aftermath to maybe stall a little more, but Shopify press on. Pit set up, open season, but Exa not spotted. Darkest wasn't completely sure, and so he just drops down, completely given away. Well, they were deaf, though. He has that slight advantage. Satellite not necessarily prepped for this. This would be such a ridiculous clutch if Darkest were able to do this. But he is the master of clutches like this. And he walks, spots the 1, has to spot the 3. Down goes the first stage of the immediate refrag. And you saw it. But just like that, it's gone. Respect for trying to carry it all the way through, but it's match point 4 times over for Shopify.
It's just those moments on like how fast Shopify Rebellion are. And when they get their win condition set up, they're like, this is how we do it. Let's get in there. Let's get it done. And immediately the Viper Spit flying up. Immediately Satellite just pushes out there, ready to find those additional kills. They go right into their protocol, wasting not a second. And that is difficult for EG Academy to deal with when they need that additional time to get themselves set up, get those plays ready. Once again, unfortunately, Darkest Utility hasn't been doing a great job at trying to ice them out. Shopify Rebellion Black, when they've got their eyes set on one of these sites, gonna be just pushing things through. See how things go on to this potential final round here. This move's gonna be anchoring down that middle presence. CB-Dog push out of A side, won't be able to find anything. So that should be good information as to where SRB are.
Try and duke it out for a moment. Nature's even gonna launch the Seekers from here. That quickly tracks onto moves, will intimidate him out of the vent. Shopify use that to path into the tower. And it'll be a B pinch into the deadlock setup.
Ooh.
Recoil trying to find a head. Can't eventually do that. The paranoia is gorgeous, and Shopify fully set up. They fully lay waste. Nothing mattered to them at all.
Spike planted.
2v5 for the run back. B-Dog with the op. Having to take the long road back over. Shopify just mowed that setup down. Made it look easy.
Last player standing.
Exactly how they want to make this look if they want to go all the way. B-Dog with the first op shot. So much ahead of him, and he'll only get so far. Shopify remain heavy favorites going into their winners semifinals matchup, and there is still not a team apart from M80 that has yet to take a map off them.
It's such an incredible stat line that, listen, we're gonna beat that horse this entire tournament, you know, with SRB and M80 being the only 2 teams that have been able to take maps off of each other. And what a showcase Shopify Rebellion Black put on today. I always feel like I'm in like a 5-step program of where I'm about to buy a Shopify Rebellion Black jersey, and after that matchup, I'm on like step 3 at this point. Like, these guys look so good, and the more time that they're getting to go through a lot more of these preparation, it only gets better. Smoke was on one today, and sometimes that alone can make the difference in the series where it becomes a close series to, yeah, Shopify Rebellion Black are going to be running away with things. EG Academy, they really did keep this map competitive though, and it came down to just making sure that they found those initial picks before things kind of spiraled out of control, but they really had to take their time doing so, which gave Shopify Rebellion Black the openings that they needed to get that steamroll going. So big congratulations to SRB. EGA are not out of things yet. They still have a little bit in front of them as they just go down to the lower bracket, but I'm excited to see where they go in this whole playoff bracket.
Yeah, genius isn't always beautiful, and while the ingenuity wasn't necessarily displayed on the scoreboard today, we'll still see that brain trust act up in the lower bracket. Shopify gonna be taking on that winner's semis I think the day after tomorrow. I'm not sure exactly how the schedule shakes out, but these games are right around the corner. The turnaround for all 8 of these teams in even more critical matchups is more important than ever. We'll have a little chat with Shopify and then fireside chat about the rest of this week. Just a moment, don't go anywhere.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Showstopper on the menu. Nightfall from Welly immediately comes out, and Sad just makes the most of it. It's out, and Sad sit on the other side. Yeah, they're going blind! It's from Body!
And on these extremities too, X is going to get caught off. You'd imagine. The spray through the smoke at least is going to guarantee one as X is stat.
For the strong map, strong series overall, and we'll be moving along into the semi-finals. I mean, Vans again, SRB, we had talked about them being one of the big teams going into the playoffs, so a strong series was kind of to be expected. EG did good to make it close up until the half, but as soon as SRB got a handle on the game, like they just ran with it.
Yeah. Well, one thing that was very good about EG Academy was them playing as a team. I think what we were mentioned before too, and that was highlighted as well during the broadcast with Tenric and Marks, was that yes, you're able to find information. It's hard for you to react on it as well because you don't have util to follow up, but at least they were trying to trade off as a team. So they stayed in tandem. Moves did whatever he could, as much as he could for the lurks to try to open up the map a little bit more. But at the end of the day, when you have somebody that's been playing so well on both the IGLing from nature, both the sniping around from smoke, it's just hard to penetrate those sites. As much as you want to try to open up the map as much as you want to, it's just hard to hold and get rounds here for the side of EG Academy. I think it was just a rough day for them to face off against a red hot SRB as well.
Yeah, it's a little bit of both in what you're saying, the way that they were playing here and how strong Shopify Rebellion look. And again, like you were saying, Sierra, this is what we expected from this team, but it feels like even scarier when you're actually watching it. I think the game plan for EG Academy on that defense is just not something that they were able to execute throughout. In the way that they were playing around the operator for B-Dog, in the way that they were a little bit reliant on if he was going to be able to find some of those openings with it, and that was just not really the case. None of the openings went his way, and in a lot of situations it was just a fast hit coming from Shopify Rebellion Black that, you know, there was the team in a pretty uncomfortable spot of having to go for these retakes, having to go for the retake with the operator, having to go with a lot of the util that was already invested. So a lot of things that were playing against them into that second half. Still for EG, this is not a team that you can count out just yet. I think it is just because they were playing against Shopify Rebellion Black that they look this way, but I think against other teams, especially now that they're in the lower bracket, it should be possibly a really good run from them still.
Yeah, and I think also it's the compositional or the composition rather you have from EG Academy. Like I said, it's not necessarily a bad comp. As for example, NRG also tried it out at some point to play Brock on a deadlock, but then you saw the reason why they also went back into like a Vice later on as well, just because the wall that they have for like active information for walls that you want to place already beats that purpose of throwing, like for example the deadlock wall. But the difference is as well as the stall is so much better to play with Razor Vines, or even a Sage on top of that with slow orbs in the wall is so much more effective to utilize slow orbs to stall than it is to try to play with sonic sensors. So as you're trying to stall as much as you can with like grab nets or whatnot, you're still on like a 30-second cooldown, so it's easy for the side of the attack to or double dive and just skip it all ahead, or just make sure that they cycle that util out and find their own timing for the second wave hit. And it didn't give a chance really for EG Academy to set themselves up to really trade to perfection on their defensive side. It was very tough for them to play in that aspect, and hence why you see SRB really running away with it as well on their attacking side. We talk about smoke, but there's also Satellite that was also at the tip of the spear for the XX. 3 opening frags. They had 2 first bloods on the attack side to create that space. It's just a handful right now for somebody like B-Dog to try to hold his angles on defense.
It is an ideal situation for Shopify Rebellion in the way that they wanted to play, like you're saying, Satellite and Smoke on this double duelist, and how much impact they were able to have in this game, but also some of the things that you see again on that second half on that attack side with how much utility they had into the late run with Xander on the Astra, with Exa as well, and how far forward Smoke and Satellite were also able to play, just not giving any space for EG to get comfortable, to clear those angles, to go for these retakes. It was very aggressive, it was really comfortable, and it was just a really good map once again for Shopify Rebellion. And for those fans that are kind of questioning what could they bring into playoff, to still be confident that this team is not only this time aiming for a second spot, but aiming for number 1.
I mean, it's an SRB that made changes going into stage number 3. Stages in like how they operate, right? Really being able to push Smoke and his capabilities and working around him. And I feel like you're able to see that change pay off in spades already. Like, this is an SRB that's ready to win. They're putting a lot into this young player, and in return, Vans, I mean, Smoke, like, this is throughout the series. Like, it's just absolutely incredible to see what he's been capable of. We've spoken so highly throughout this year for what he can do, but to see it just clear as day is something else.
It's also, again, remember when you have somebody like Nature who's like a good IGL, but also just the coaching system around Odorous and around what Effie's could do. You're starting to see Smoke not only switch away from like different roles to still leverage the op as much as you could, but on the attack side, he's not also just saving money to get the op on the attack side as well. As a Jet, he's also still rifling a little bit more as well, which you're starting to see like back in like, I think like even 2020, when Valorant first came out, it was always about a jet up, until you start seeing like even Wardell rifling on the DAC side. It's like, oh crap, rifling on jet is... I'm doing a callback. Like, such a crazy callback, but it is what it is. Like, seeing an attack site rifle was something that's like new, and you're bringing it back right now to see that jet dashing also really helps in terms of bringing it back to like an old school style of a double dive. And you don't always have to rely on the operator, despite you're seeing like a meta where an op on the attack side could still be very good, despite the initiator buffs that came from like 60 seconds to 50 seconds. The op is still quite good on attack side to walk contact to play with, but
yeah,
it's doing good with the rifle.
It's like you're saying that the impact that the coaching staff has on these teams is something that you can see for M80 that we got the chance to see yesterday for Shopify Rebellion Black, and the way that they're able to get, especially when you have such
good players mechanically like Smoke is. You see it in those stats as well. 4.5 KDA and also plus 30 that he ends up with in this series, playing a little bit of that Jet that we talked about, the Jet v Jet, and also that Chamber that was really impressive. I mean, it's just an ideal player to have that you can always rely on, that is going to find the openings and is also going to get so much momentum going and make sure that that series will end up going their way.
And I mean, a performance like that in the first round of playoffs, we have to talk to him. So for a Philips Norelco interview, we have Smoke on the line to chat. Smoke, you went crazy that game, 45 and 15, just a casual little scoreline. How are you feeling not only with your performance, but the team performance, being able to start off playoffs with this win?
I mean, to be totally honest with you, I'm just super relieved because I got like less than 4 hours of sleep. So I was pretty stressed. I was pretty stressed about that, but I don't know. Something clicked today. It felt right. Obviously, I had faith in the team. I had faith in us no matter what. But I'm just glad I could, you know, give a performance like that now and hopefully give a couple more.
If that's performance off 4 hours of sleep, I think a lot of people are in trouble. I mean, I want to talk about this shift of the team between stage 2 and 3, because Effie had opened up in a previous interview about how stage 2, you were kind of just thrown into the system, right? And you still definitely did perform, but now in stage 3, it's a system that's working around you more. It's trying to set you up. Is that an impact that you've been able to immediately feel in the server?
Oh, 100%. Honestly, the main difference was just like the meta shifting again. Because the Neon meta is just, it's terrible for offers, you know, the guys spinning through the air. It's like, what am I supposed to do? So the meta kind of gravitated towards us a little bit. And on top of that, you know, we've just continued to develop, and things have just gotten better and better, and yeah.
And then I want to talk about your part in all of it as well, because it's a system that's making sure that you're enabled and stuff, right? So is there anything that you've been changing up besides like meta things to make sure that you can be playing with your team to the best performance, to be able to be that Jet, this offer everything that they need?
The biggest thing is, so obviously, you know, I always have an op out. The biggest thing is understanding the other offer. And if I can understand them, it makes my life easier. So I won't go too far into depth, but when you have an op, you don't want to fight the other offer most of the time. So basically, I'm trying to figure out his tendencies, get an advantage on him, and then obviously the system, you know, helps make that a lot easier.
Yeah. Always make sure you're the best offer in the server, which you definitely have been in all of these games. I mean, last but not least, I mean, for SRB, we keep talking about the powerhouse that is this team and this roster, right? How are you looking at like this playoff runs now? Like, do you feel like confident like this is going to be the win here for SRB?
Yeah, I mean, all credit to M80. They're a great team. Honestly, I'll say it's whoever shows up on the day. I think we're pretty evenly matched. I think we got our chance to catch up, as you know, we had to shift the system when I joined the team, and I think we're gonna bring it to them. So I'm excited for that. Hopefully, grand finals.
Oh, I know so many people are hoping on maybe not one, but a couple of matchups between you guys. But Smoke, congrats on this win, and thanks for chatting. Good luck in your next match, okay?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. I mean, just crazy. Like the amount of talent there, just crazy. Again, someone who wasn't a duelist at the beginning of his Challengers debut and just shifted into this role now for what the team is like, fans. It's just crazy. Plus 30. Like, oh my gosh.
They're insane. And I love how he was holding himself up for the interview today as well. That compared to when he first started into Challenger, that really shows how much he's grown as well as a player too. So I'm excited to actually see the continuous evolution of a player like Smoke right now, and potentially being one of the best duelists that we could potentially have in the VCL, and if not in the play-ins, if they can make it that far. He talked about however it works out in upper finals or grand finals between the M80. I'm hoping to see both of them, because right now, after like recency bias for the last 2 days that we've witnessed here, guys, it really comes to show that you have like a strong M80 versus a strong SRB, and then maybe even like a dark horse contender in Nightblood Gaming so far from these results, that I wouldn't be surprised to see those two big teams in M80 and SRB play twice in the VCL to see who moves into the play-ins later on this month or 2 months.
I mean, taking a look at the bracket, like, I'd be inclined to believe you, right? Like, these are the two teams that have been talked up for a reason, right? And seeing how they worked in their own respective matches, I feel like it's only time before we see them in the upper finals and then in the grand finals. I think the pressure is on any other team here, Dan, to make sure that doesn't happen. But based off of just this limited knowledge that we have, like, it's a tough one. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like these upper semifinal matches are gonna be crucial for SAD and MEG, not just to get those wins and take those upsets, but to show that it isn't that far of a gap between the rest of these teams and those two respectively.
Absolutely, because as of right now, it does feel like it's a little bit of a gap between M80, Shopify, and kind of everybody else. And Nightblood, SAD, and everybody else has been looking pretty good and have been getting pretty good wins. But also, it just feels like for M80, Shopify, what they've been able to do since stage 2 is just really, really impressive. I'm though very excited to see what is going to happen tomorrow in that lower bracket. I think Core, our stage 1 champs, have been doing good. Unfortunately, they couldn't close out that series against M80, but I think that confidence boost and a little bit of that learning experience from that opening series of playoffs should be good for them, especially against YFT.
I mean, for those teams in lowers, their lives are on the line, and tomorrow we're going to start eliminating teams. And of course, for those teams, all except Core, they have to get that first place spot. And for Core, the circuit points being the third place out of, Core, SRB, and M80, also a hard press to have to make that run if they want a chance in all of this. But hey, it's going to be a lot of Valorant still to come, just not for today with us speedrunning our matches. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow for our elimination matches. I hope you have a good night, everyone. Take care.
Bye.
That go as the run it back is procced. Saj watching, Paranoia into intercept. A lot of time already wasted, but the hot hands is going to force Saj to step back even harder. Payne kept up on the gong, and now the entrance from Payne to try to sustain, but Payne may not even need to sustain. He is so good on his own. Now he has the help, though, and Spike is stuck way deep, too. Catastrophic place for NRGA to be stuck here. And Vega with this operator bought up again. They might have gotten their foot back on the script.
Fights. Last time being able to find smoke pretty early on in the round, mitigate a lot of that damage. B-Dog sliding in with the right click and Nexa.
This is nasty from B-Dog. Who can now hold down one end, but the rest of Shopify has this pretty easily. Wrong way, buddy. B-Dog's, just gonna toss it. For the ultimate, but the showstopper gonna slow him down. So the grav net that was thrown on top of that ulti won't gain the value it was supposed to. A real shame. Smoke, once again, getting this space for free, turning it into absolute degeneracy. Nature stealing that kill away from him for sure, but recoil tracking Smoke down to make sure he doesn't get his own. Nice ass shots coming from both sides, but it matters so much more for Shopify. B-Dog hasn't had a chance to let this whisper this round, and he'll have to give it away.